All right. Oh, can you guys turn your video on? I think.
There we go.
Not the audio, right?
Yeah, no. All right, everybody. Welcome to the July 9th, 2024 Lawrence City Commission meeting. And with that, I will entertain a motion for our executive session.
Move to recess into executive session for approximately 40 minutes to discuss employer-employee negotiations pursuant to the employer-employee negotiations exception as set forth in KSA 75-4319B3.
Second.
Justification for the executive session is to keep employer-employee negotiation matters confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:41 after the executive session is concluded.
Second.
All right, I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4 approved, 1 absent. You just. All right. We've returned from the executive session and have nothing to report. I guess we have a 3-minute break until we start our meeting. All right. We're back. All right. Welcome, everybody. Good evening, and welcome again to the July 9th, 2024 Lawrence City Commission meeting. And now Sherry will go into the rundown of the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. To minimize distractions during the meeting, please silence your cell phones. If you are attending virtually, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute participants. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. The primary format for accessing or participating in this meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access to view or participate in the meeting cannot be guaranteed. The chat function will not be monitored, If you have any trouble, the meeting can be viewed on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please state your name and zip code before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And just a reminder that the podium can be raised and lowered. That helps you be seen on camera and with the audio. And this room has terrible audio in the back sometimes, so it reflects. So please do not communicate while other people are talking and during the meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. All right, I'm moving us on to item B, approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve the agenda?
Second that motion.
A first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Item C, recognition, proclamation, and presentation. Proclaim the month of July 2024 as Parks and Recreation Month. And I believe John, all right, Albanian here.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Nalbandian, and I am here as the Chair of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. I do have a few introductory comments. Since 1985, the United States has celebrated Parks and Recreation Month in July to promote building strong, vibrant, and resilient communities through the power of parks and recreation, and to recognize the more than 160,000 full-time park and recreation professionals, along with hundreds of thousands of part-time and seasonal workers and volunteers who maintain our country's local, state, and community parks. Park and Recreation Month encourages everyone to reflect on the value that parks and recreational professionals bring to the community. Also, during Parks and Rec Month, a day is set aside to honor those professionals. Parks and Recreation Professionals Day will be celebrated on Friday, July 19th. We'll celebrate all the dedicated and outstanding professionals in the field of parks and recreation. And believe it or not, we have some of those professionals here this evening, and I'd like to have them stand up, just so we all can see and recognize them. Thank you. Thank you very much. As chair of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and also as a participant in 3 exercise classes a week, I am totally impressed with our parks and recreation resources here in Lawrence. It is eye-opening to visit the sports pavilion, the aquatic center, the arboretum, the nature center, Eagle Bend, and all the parks, playgrounds, splash pads, and wonderful trails. The camps and programs offered, they attract so many kids. I could go on and on. It's an understatement to say that our parks and recreation facilities and staff are assets that contribute greatly to Lawrence's unmistakable identity. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, John. All right. Whereas parks, recreation programs, and cultural events are integral parts of the city of Lawrence, and whereas our parks, recreation programs, and cultural events are essential in establishing and maintaining Lawrence's quality of life, ensuring the health of all citizens while contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of the community, and whereas parks and recreational programs in support of cultural events builds a healthy, active community that aids in the prevention of chronic disease, provides therapeutic recreational services for those in need, and improves mental and emotional health for all citizens. And whereas our parks, natural recreation areas, and cultural and sustainability events ensures the ecological beauty of our community, provides spaces for children and adults to connect with nature, benefits neighborhoods, and serves as venues for diverse cultural expressions, and whereas the City of Lawrence recognizes multifaceted benefits derived from parks, recreational resources, and cultural events, which collectively contribute to equitability, inclusion, and Lawrence's unmistakable identity. And whereas recreational programs, including aquatics, indoor and outdoor sports, lifelong learning, inclusive programs, and a variety of cultural events and sustainability programs further enhances community engagement, promotes physical and mental well-being, and enriches the cultural fabric of Lawrence. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2024 as Parks and Recreation Month. Thank you. All right. And before if you guys need to leave or if you want to stay, go ahead and do so. But I'll go ahead and I'll give you some time to do that. Otherwise, I'll move on to consent. So, all right. All right. D, consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Any items any of the commissioners want to remove?
I don't have one, no, sir.
Not seeing any. And any item that any of the folks here in the room want to remove for quasi-judicial? Not seeing any. Sherry, can you check on Zoom?
There's no one on Zoom.
All right, bringing it back.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Approved 5-0. Okay. That will move us on to item F, work session item. The work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for public comment. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments related to this work session item. All right.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the commission, and community members. Craig Owens, I am pleased to be here tonight to present the 2025 operating and capital budget. This budget process, as it is each year, is a team effort, and I want to acknowledge that this had a lot of people's contribution from our team, not only Allie Porter as our budget manager, who you'll be hearing from, but also our executive team, which is the leadership of the organization, part of the leadership of the organization. I appreciate that they came together to not only build a lot of different scenarios and test a lot of scenarios, but put a lot of data in here. And so we say values-driven and data-driven. These were critical pieces to what drove our budget discussions and the presentation of this budget tonight. We're going to talk a lot tonight about challenges, and there's really no way around that. But I'd like to put into the conversation up front, and hopefully throughout the summer as we adjust this budget, that we are continuing to do really amazing things. What we have left, if we don't just talk about loss, is delivering some remarkable services to a community that has expressed its need, desire, and wishes to have these levels of service. And we have great people throughout this organization who deliver this service consistently. And so the program and the plan that we're going to lay out tonight in a very high-level way, still continues a proud tradition of service. It continues a high level of service throughout the departments, even those that we're proposing reductions in. So I want to put that positive note into it, and then I know we're going to be talking about where are we making changes to meet the challenges that our community faces and that this organization faces financially. So about those, there's a high expectation for services. We've funded those consistently over time. We have really two basic revenue sources, and that is sales tax and property tax. And the reality strikes us that the revenues are growing much slower than our expense centers are. And so we'll go through that, and that's a reality that you'll see in our presentation tonight. We have also used the listening tools that we've developed the last 2 years, and in particular this year, the Balancing Act tool, which puts everybody in the boat together that if you want something more, you've got to find a way to pay for it. If you don't want to pay as much, you got to find a way to cut something. And that's the reality that this budget is contextualized in. It's a reality I've faced in every budget in my career, and one that you share with me ultimately by making a budget decision here in a few weeks after we've heard from the public and made it right. So we appreciate that tool because it did allow us to understand a little bit better what those priorities of the community were, where their top priorities were, where they saw things that could be potentially reduced, and where they wanted to see increases in those services. So we think it's a good tool. We'd like to have even more people participate in the future, but it was what helped guide us in making some of the decisions for this. I also want to say that this is a plan, and there's thousands of plans that are possible. So I look forward to making the adjustments, hearing from people, making those adjustments, but adjustments with the reality that we've got to rebalance everything and come out with a balanced budget in the end. So the four things that we focused on and that we believe this budget delivers are a continued investment in our infrastructure improvements. We have invested deeply in our physical infrastructure in this community. The CIP plan, which you saw the other night, it continues. It's a 5-year plan. It continues our investment in above ground and underground infrastructure in the facilities that we rely on to keep clean drinking water, to move people around their community, the buildings and facilities where the work happens, and the buildings and facilities where our public enjoys services. Those infrastructure improvements over the last 4 years have been our main story. They have been where we've put our resources, and we will continue to invest. We've continued, and this relies on retaining market competitive pay. So we made an adjustment 3 years ago. We began it. In the last 2 years, we invested deeply into correcting where we were behind market in our pay structures. That isn't a one-time thing. That's a thing that continues with us. We're committed to it, and we've continued to invest in it. That's a reality that is in our financial picture, and this budget continues that. We looked at funding, and we looked at the CIP a few weeks ago. We looked at funding the construction of new fire stations. We needed to have a viable plan to staff those stations. That's what I was asked to do. That's what this budget does. It's a viable plan to prepare for the staffing of 2 new fire stations in that expansion. And the other thing that this does is we've built a lot of capacity through a lot of hard work, through some trial and error, and a lot of community participation to address our investments in affordable housing and address homelessness and those that are suffering from homelessness in our community. We've built those systems. We built those largely over the last few years with federal assistance, with ARPA dollars, with federal assistance. We have come to the end of the federal assistance, and we have built that capacity to sustain the needs that we know will be here for the next few years until we build up our affordable housing stock. So this continues that plan and that investment, but this time it identifies local dollars to do that work and carves them out of our existing capacity. Those four things drove much of our budget decision-making. I've already talked a little bit about Balancing Act. It's a new feature. It's one we will continue to use, and we hope that more people will participate in the early stages. But it did suggest that there were some things that we wanted to see yet increased, and those were continued police patrol. We wanted to see ADA compliance. We wanted to see street maintenance improvements, and we wanted to see code compliance. Those are four program areas where we tried to figure out, even though we were looking at reductions in some areas, we tried to find ways that we could put more resources towards those top priorities. You're going to hear from a number of our staff, or the leaders in these departments. You also hear from our budget manager, and at the end we'll conclude, and then of course begin the listening and the question and answer, which will continue until the budget is concluded, which I believe is scheduled for September 3rd, is the final vote on that budget. I'll turn it over to Allie Porter.
Good evening, Commission. Allie Porter, I'm the budget manager. Before we go into where we want to go with the 2025 proposed budget, it's important to understand where we currently are. And one big driver that has led to our current situation, perhaps the biggest driver, is sales tax collections. Before I go into some analysis, it is important to recognize that there is a 2-month lag in receiving sales tax reports. So we didn't even know officially how we ended 2023 until the end of February 2024. So that makes obviously projecting very difficult every year as we go through the process. Per this chart, you can see in 2021 and 2022, we were having substantial increases in sales tax post-pandemic. And by the time when we were developing the 2024 budget in the spring of 2023, all indications were that that trend was going to continue. So we revised our 2023 budget at an even higher number than the adopted budget, and then built an 8% increase on top of that for 2024. After the budget was adopted in September, we received reports that collections made months prior were not meeting those new, more aggressive projections. So we have since updated our projections that you see here. 2023, we ended up, these are actuals, 51.9 compared to what we had projected of 56.9. We're currently projecting ending 2024 at 53.4 compared to an adopted budget of 61.6. And then again, you see that 3% growth into the 2025 budget. So this trend is relatively similar to the trend that you saw pre-pandemic. I'm sure this is a chart that many of you have seen before, but it really just illustrates that the city receives approximately 25% of property taxes, along with the school district at 40%, the county at 35%, and then the state at 1%. And then here are our budget options that we explored for the proposed budget. Obviously, there are 100 different iterations that we could have came up with, but these were the 4 that really bubbled to the top. So that flat mill levy in combination with that less than projected sales tax revenue resulted in some pretty substantial reductions, including 3-person staffing at LDCFM with no expansion, substantial reductions in other areas, including patrol, parks and recreation, street maintenance, etc. We also would have utilized one-time measures to balance. So we do have different funds with limited amount of dollars that we can move money from one fund to another, but once that's spent, it's gone. And so it would have been a one-time thing, kind of kicking the can down the road for future years. And then there would be no long-term sustainability, no plan to get us back to fund balance policy requirement. And I think these past few years between COVID and what you are going to see in this budget and what we project in 2025, that fund balance requirement is important because we are going to, by all projections, dip into that over the next 2 years. The 3.5 mil increase, this is our city manager's recommended budget, so it has the 3-person staffing at LDCFM, but includes 2 expansion stations. It continues those reductions in other areas, but has some restorations for the police department. And then we don't utilize those one-time measures, so we have separate small mill levy increases to support ongoing expenditures for needed equipment, as well as a plan to get us back to our fund balance policy requirement. Option 3 is approximately 5.7 mils. It's 4-person staffing with 2 expansion stations is your difference there. And then option 4 is all of the above and makes some of those restorations in other areas, including parks and recreation. I do want to note that as we were reviewing the slides, we saw an error in option 4. So a previous published version had that the apparatus would not be cross-staffed, and that is not accurate. This option 4 at 8.3 mils still includes a cross-staffed apparatus.
Hey, Allie, can you hold on a second?
Yep.
Can I ask everybody out there, especially in the gallery back there, we can still hear you, so if you could go ahead and refrain from your comments until the presentation is done, and then you can go ahead and give your comments up here. I'd really appreciate it. Additionally, if you could go ahead and take the signs down as well. I've been informed by our officers that it makes it a little bit harder to go ahead and see everybody. You can hold them, but the signs taped to the window, if you could go ahead and take them down, I'd really appreciate it as well. Continue, Allie.
Thank you. So how to calculate your tax bill, we wanted to show how this would impact our taxpayers, this 3.5 mils. So our median value of a home in 2022 was $247,000. And so you multiply that by 11.5%, and that gives you your assessed valuation. And then you multiply that assessed valuation by the 2 different mill rates, and then divide by 1,000. So if we were to have a flat mill rate, the estimated tax bill is $944 a year compared to $1,044 under this 36.707 proposed mill rate. Last thing before you hear from some of our departments, finance is going to be back in front of you. Sorry, I hear my own echo. Next Tuesday, by state law, we are required to notify the county clerk of our intention to exceed the revenue neutral rate. And at that time, we will share a proposed rate. Whatever proposed rate that is, we can go down, but we cannot go up. So we need some guidance from the commission on what you want to see on the 16th that we can then share with the county by July 20th. Again, that's a state statutory deadline.
So much for safety.
Good evening, Commissioners. Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical Fire Chief Rich Llewellyn. Here to present a couple slides about the recommended budget for next year. One focus on this budget is improving community-wide response coverage, and that includes identifying areas where we need additional coverage. This work's been ongoing. It predates me. We have identified areas where we need additional coverage, particularly in the south and northwest parts of Lawrence. Additionally, there's an area in the northern part of Lawrence that we've covered or discussed. Station 3 is identified as likely to be moved into that area. Station 3 is approaching 60 years old. It'll be 60 years old in 2016, and it is time for to talk about replacing that. This is largely driven by population expansion, by expansion of Lawrence's footprint. I've told by retirees who started at Station 3 in 1966 that was the edge of town, and it's well inside the city limits now, as you can see on the map, and it is time for us to talk about expanding the footprint of the fire department to match the city limits. With the increasing population comes increasing calls. Where there's people, there's risk. People cause fires, people have medical incidents, and we respond to those. We have difficulty getting to those addresses in a timely manner. We're experiencing difficulty with resource availability as we have more calls and folks are headed out to other calls and having to respond from further away. One of the highlights of this recommended budget is the creation of another medic unit. It'll be the 8th medic unit in our system, and it'll be moved to Station 6 when Station 6 is opened, as we're proposing. But additionally, it'll be initially be housed at one of our existing facilities. So as we talk about community-wide response coverage and getting 8 medic units into service, we need to talk about planning for the future as well, and getting the team into place that can build the stations that can help the people who are going to be coming onto the department as we plan out through 2030, that can frankly build this budget, which is a challenge as we bounce from governance group to governance group and back and forth. So those are the 2 deputy chiefs, a human resource analyst and a budget analyst that we've been asking for quite some time. I have a letter that was sent to me by a previous fire chief who was asking for a deputy chief, and the reasons are the same. We need additional leadership in the department who can focus on building towards the future. Included in this budget, as the city manager noted, is a plan to expand the department to add a Station 6 and a Station 7, and well, it's not in the CIP, but they're looking forward, talking about rebuilding Station 3 in the future. And as we expand the department's footprint, we anticipate being able to respond in a more timely manner to incidents throughout the community. A new station in the south part of town or a new station in the northwest part of town doesn't just respond to that area, it responds into other areas. So if Station 2 in East Lawrence is out, a station in the south part of town might be the fastest one to get there as it comes across the southern border. So these stations are not just serving the areas where they're built, they're serving the entire community. These are a lot of the factors that we looked at as we identified where stations are needed. Population density, disadvantaged populations, historical response performance, and population projections are big. Growth projections are big. I see a lot of activity on the other side of K10 up west. As you drive west on 6th Street, that we're going to have difficulty getting there from our existing infrastructure. We need to expand our footprint so we can get to these incidents in a timely manner. Imagine, if you will, choking. If you were to choke and you lived out in that area or you were recreating, it might take a long time for one of our resources to get out there. So we have to expand our footprint. We're here to talk about the difficult subject of reducing service level as well. This is personally and professionally challenging me to be here to talk about this. Moving from 4-person staffing to 3-person staffing is included in this budget. We're looking at, in year 2025, reducing our minimum daily staffing from 39 to 36, and that's accomplished by reducing staffing on 5 of our suppression apparatus, and we add in 2 of those positions on a medic unit. So the net effect is a loss of 3 in our minimum staffing. The proposal for looking ahead in 2028, when Station 6 opens, our minimum staffing will be 37. One of those resources that's currently at Station 5 as a double unit will be moving to Station 6, and the medic unit, the extra medic unit, Medic 6, will be also moving to Station 6. Planning ahead to 2030, we anticipate the opening of Station 7, the hiring of 20 new expansion positions to staff Station 7. That's 5 people per shift times the relief factor of 1.3 that is based on our historical averages. We continue to look at that, but that's based on leave factors that's used, vacation, parental time, sick leave, all of those factors that the average firefighter, if you will, uses over a year, gives us that relief factor of 1.3. So when we look at needing 15 people to fill the 5 spots times 3 shifts, we add in that relief factor, it brings us to 20. So in 2030, we're looking at expanding the footprint by 20 firefighters. We're looking at having a minimum daily staffing of 42, so it would be 3 above where our minimum daily staffing is currently, and we would have facilities more evenly distributed throughout the community. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Melissa Sieben, Director of Municipal Services and Operations for the City of Lawrence. Tonight, I'm going to go through sort of how we're prioritizing the work for 2025 in the budget as it's being presented tonight. Maintenance of existing assets or infrastructure has been a key focus, as the city manager noted, for the last several years. The goal here is to drive towards the lowest cost of ownership for this community of its roadway networks, water infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure, and its facilities. At the same time, we're trying to improve safety and accessibility with our ADA programs, and also sustainability in addition to all of that. So it's a lot of competing priorities in addition to the standard regulatory compliance, which we often are here talking to you about. So our plan for this budget, it's fairly straightforward. What we are bringing to you tonight is increasing that investment in street maintenance within our neighborhoods. You've seen a lot of arterial work, our main streets being worked on over the last year or two, maybe 3 or 4, depending on where you live in town. You will start to see us moving more into the neighborhoods, which is something that we hear a lot of feedback on. Also investment in the sidewalk network and also our facilities as it relates to ADA. We were here last month talking about that and the importance of that work to the community. Investment in our water, wastewater infrastructure for regulatory compliance primarily, but also for continuing to serve our community into the future, and safety training as well as compensation as noted by the city manager. Here's a graphic which I think helps display sort of the efforts that this body and those that have come before it have worked on over the last number of years since 2020. And it's really, there was a little dip in 21 with COVID and kind of all the things that we were all dealing with there, but you can see the continued drive on working on capital improvements throughout the community, whether that's a new aquatic center, or it is a new neighborhood street, or fixing stormwater issues throughout the community. That's what this is showing you as a major investment. We also are working on driving our key performance indicators from the strategic plan. Things like our fleet transition plan, which will be moving forward here shortly, our sustainable capital projects plan that we put forward and was approved here in the last year, and our stormwater design criteria. I think the last couple of weeks, we've all had a few contacts on that, and I think it's something that the community is desperately looking for us to solve. And we'll also continue the focus on our fiscal stewardship and efficient, effective processes. As I noted earlier, we want to drive towards that lowest cost of ownership, and the items here are definitely positioning us better for grants and lowest cost of ownership over time. And then, of course, from an equity inclusion perspective, that is the ADA transition plan for facilities and rights of way. and also the Vision Zero Safety Action Plan that we are currently working on with the community to reduce the number of fatality and injury accidents in our community related to transportation. And we'll continue to work on our bricks and street sidewalk policies that we've been engaging the community on. And then, of course, our investment in our future operations center for municipal services. And that's all I have, and I'm going to turn it over now to Parks. Louise.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Luis Ruiz, Director of Parks and Recreation, Art and Culture. And I'm here today to talk about some of the reductions that we have come up with in order to meet the critical economic reality of next coming year. Being here only 60 days, it's not where I want to be, but I do understand the reality of it, and have worked with staff in order to come up with some ideas that we feel are the least impactful and strategic at this moment, to be able to meet the requirements of the reductions that we were asked to come up with. Now, with that being said, we are still fully committed to providing experiences for residents and visitors with our parks, our recreational facilities, our arts and culture, and with the upcoming comp plan that we hope to bring to you in September. We want to make sure that we honor a lot of the recommendations on there, with the understanding that some of these are going to have to be very strategic in nature in order for us to be able to meet some of those recommendations in light of what we're looking at right now. So in essence, we're looking at reducing two major areas. One is full-time staff, vacant positions. Another one is part-time staff, and the third is operating expenses. And pretty much this is across the board on non-revenue generating or either break even or losing money. And in those instances where we're making money, we had proposed some, but it didn't really make any sense to continue to do that because we'd have a net loss after the fact. So we're looking at some of those programs that or times of use that will be data driven when we get down to the details about when would be appropriate to instill some of these reductions. So again, we're looking at a general reduction of $660,000. Staffing reductions between full-time and part-time, it's about approximately $456,000, with another $204,000 in reductions in operating and maintenance budgets. So let me go down what some of those impacts that will be felt and seen would be. So as far as reducing part-time hours, we do rely heavily as Parks and Recreation on part-time staff. That's in our facilities, both indoor, outdoor, aquatic center, our parks for our programs, as well as for landscape maintenance throughout the city. So in some of these cases, by reducing some of our part-time staff, that will also necessitate the reduction of hours that our facilities are open. So that would extend to the Sports Pavilion, East Lawrence Rec Center, Holcomb, and the community building. Again, we will analyze this very closely to see what those optimal times would be for reductions, where there's the least amount of impact to the community and to its users, but it will be necessary in order for us to cut the budget in the appropriate ways. So one of the impacts that might be, as we see, is that we are closing down sometime during the day in some facilities, and they may vary from day to day, from facility to facility, based on the use. But that's typically the time when there's free play. We normally have programming in the morning, programming's in the evenings, tournaments on the weekends, activities that generate some revenue for the city and help us offset some of our costs. So we're looking at those things that aren't necessarily doing that at this point. Again, trying to be strategic with the least amount of impact to the community as we make those decisions sometime down the line here. Other reductions in part-time hours, as I mentioned, we rely heavily on part-time to maintain our right-of-ways beautified as far as landscape. So some of that will have to be eliminated or reduced, and so that would impact some of our annual plantings, some of the roundabouts, the looks of the roundabouts, converting some to turf rather than something we need to maintain year-round. And then, for instance, a cemetery, we're looking, instead of trimming around the upright headstones 5 times a year, maybe doing that, or a season, maybe doing that 2 or 3 times. So again, some noticeable differences. Obviously, parks are still going to be there, things of that nature, but visually, there will be some sort of impact, and we're in full understanding of that impact. And again, the aquatic center with part-time, we depend heavily on part-time during the outdoor pool season as well as indoor. And so reduction in part-time may mean reduction in hours or shortening the season for the outdoor pool. Full-time positions, we've identified 3 positions. 2 are currently vacant in recreation. And actually, 2 are currently vacant, 1 in recreation, 1 in park maintenance. The other one is a promotion that we're seeking to do. So being very cautious and about not eliminating any positions, we're looking at some promotions and then as well as eliminating some vacant positions. But there will be impacts along with this as well. Since 2 of these programs are in recreation programming, we may see some reduction in some programming options, facility oversight, depending on how the promotion works, what position that is, there may be different impacts. And then the third, of course, being park maintenance. We have some parks that this position specifically is taken care of on the west side of town. So it will necessitate, in order for us to continue to do some of the maintenance that we do, for instance, at the new police station, the transit station, the Wakarusa roundabout that's being finished now. In order to maintain those, we're going to have to eliminate some of the things on the west side that this position currently takes care of. And that includes closing, the east end of the Clinton Outlet Park and Martin Park. And then finally, as I mentioned, we're also reducing some of our operating and budget and operating and maintenance budget. So the big impacts that this is going to have is we have identified several, and the list is on here, amenities that we currently have in parks, mostly neighborhood parks, but not only, that are within the next 4 or 5 years need to be removed. In our plan, we have a line item of $150,000 a year to replace about 1, depending on what amenity we're replacing, 1 or 2 parks per year. So this is a long-term elimination of that. The list here doesn't mean that this year this will happen. It just means over the next foreseeable future, as these become in disrepair or they're all outdated at this point. They're not all accessible for ADA. So these are ones that we've identified that will need to be replaced in the short term. So we're talking about removing these and not replacing them at these times. So there will be impact at that level. Eagle Bend Golf Course, we were talking about, and I think I forgot to mention this earlier, one of the impacts of eliminating part-time is reducing concession hours and the pro shop hours. The golf course will continue to function as it does for golfing, but some of those services that are manned by part-time hours may be reduced. And then Eagle Bend, we're looking at less water use and less chemical supplies, so less watering of the rough areas. And I guess as far as chemicals are concerned, is weed control and keeping the grounds in the shape that they're in today. And then finally, Prairie Park Nature Park, we're looking at Prairie Park Nature Center, we're looking at reducing some of the cost of feed and some other supplies. Which eventually, if the cuts are sufficient enough that we're not able to maintain, the animals that we're currently keeping there, we'll be looking to rehome some of those. So that, in a nutshell, is how we're looking at doing this right now. Again, the final decisions haven't been made. When the time comes, we will make sure that we're using the data, attendance, interest, surveys, whatever we can in order to make the biggest impact on our budget without impacting our community. So, okay, thank you.
Evening, Jason Novotny, the Police Department Budget Analyst, and I will be talking and walking you through our budget reduction process that we followed for 2025. We focused on our purpose-driven policing philosophy to guide us this year for the 2025 budget. And the three things we wanted to ensure the citizens of Lawrence, that ensuring our response to our high priority calls. So those are our 1, 2, and 3. Those are our in-progress calls. Those are our high-level felony calls where something is actively occurring and needs immediate attention. We wanted to continue providing coverage for events that have high volume. We have a lot of those in Lawrence, being a college town. So when there's high numbers of concentrations of people with the potential for active shooter events or any other criminal activity, we want to make sure we've got staffing for those type of events. And thirdly, adjusting the school resource officers from the Office of the Chief to patrol to reflect the feedback that the community gave in Balancing Act. The key services that are included are our downtown foot patrol. So we have 2 dedicated patrol officers downtown now, which many of you probably have seen walking the streets of downtown, meeting with business owners, meeting with as many citizens and people that they can meet down there. So that has been a really good positive thing for the downtown district, providing that feeling of safety and security down there. Some of the budget reductions and key service reductions that we looked at were the elimination of 2 positions that will be vacated later this year. We have 2 individuals who were recently accepted into our police academy, so we're excited to help further their career goals. But it leaves those 2 positions vacated, and the recommendation was to eliminate the community service technician, which is a unarmed report taker position, and a non-sworn investigator in our special victims unit. And positions that would go unfilled is our mental health co-responder. The key outcomes, again, using our purpose-driven policing model for patrol and investigations, we believe we can manage these service level reductions by changing the expectations of the public. With the addition of online reporting, See, Click, Fix is now live, with an emphasis on directing the public to use this as a reporting method, to not utilizing an officer for those very low level crimes such as criminal damage to property, theft, and those type of things. We believe we can manage this change in service. And in summary, managing our workload with the purpose-driven policing philosophy and communicating with the public and internally will give us the ability to police our community in a manner that will help all people feel safe and secure in Lawrence. I think it's Misty is next.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the Homeless Solutions Division's budget. I'm pleased to share the significant progress we've made and outline our goals and hopes for the upcoming year. With our 2024 budget, we have completed or will have completed several key projects by the end of the year, aligning with the goals set in our strategic plan, A Place for Everyone. We sustain current sheltering capacity for 125 individuals and plan to enhance to shelter 175 to 200 individuals at the Lawrence Community Shelter, providing crucial safety net for those in immediate need of housing. We maintain the capacity to shelter 50 individuals at the village, ensuring stable emergency shelter and wraparound supports for some of our most vulnerable community members. We establish effective winter emergency sheltering in collaboration with our community partners. This initiative ensures that no one is left out in the cold during the harsh winter months. We secured a robust contract for case management with Burt Nash. This partnership enhances the support available to individuals, helping them to navigate the path from homelessness to stability. Our coordinated wraparound outreach includes substance use treatment connection, collaboration with the Lawrence Police Department, assistance with connections to benefits, harm reduction strategies, and more. We're also working on a way to add medical care to finish building out the team. This comprehensive approach addresses the diverse needs of the homeless population. We are working on a way to support the expansion of service hours at the Homeless Resource Center as well. The Homeless Resource Center provides a safe place for individuals to access resources, connect with service providers housed at the Homeless Resource Center, and take steps towards recovering from their homelessness. These accomplishments are significant milestones as identified in A Place for Everyone, our strategic plan to end chronic homelessness in our community. I would also like to note that by the close of 2024, we will have achieved 3 of the 5 major goals set for emergency sheltering in A Place for Everyone strategic plan. Over the past 2 years, we've benefited from federal COVID-19 relief funds as we developed emergency sheltering services to meet the need in our community. The funds helped develop capacity at LCS, build the village, and provide other sheltering services. Those funds will be spent down by year-end 2024 as required by the federal government. This slide provides an overview of the proposed 2025 Homeless Solutions budget by fund. The total 2025 budget reflects a $451,000 decrease compared to 2024. As mentioned before, the proposal includes an increase in the affordable housing sales tax from 0.05 to 0.1%. This increase is crucial to simply sustain the progress we made to address homelessness in our community in 2024. It does not allow for any service enhancements. Our estimated revenue, if approved, the proposed increase is expected to generate an additional $2.5 million for affordable housing and homeless solutions. The fund allocation, the revenue would be available for both affordable housing and emergency sheltering commitments the city has made in A Place for Everyone. Currently, the 0.05 sales tax is used to fund affordable housing development. This proposal seeks to balance the allocation and also address immediate and critical needs for the homeless solutions. This increase in sales tax is essential for maintaining the progress we have made and ensuring that we can continue to provide the necessary services to our community members in need. New sales tax funds used by Homeless Solutions would go towards contract expenditures for emergency sheltering capacity and for approximately 200 individuals and related supportive services such as case management and rehousing for community members experiencing homelessness. It's important to note that the 2025 budget does not fund several critical initiatives that we would like to pursue in alignment with the A Place for Everyone strategic plan, such as rapid rehousing, homeless prevention, a shelter for women, and most significantly, a family shelter. While these initiatives are not included in the current budget, we are committed to directing funding towards these areas as additional resources become available throughout the year. The increase in affordable housing sales tax is a necessary step to ensure that we can continue to provide and expand essential services for affordable housing and homeless solutions. This increase will help us to sustain the progress we've made and address the pressing needs of our community in the years to come. Thank you for your attention and support as we work towards a community where everyone has safe and affordable housing.
Except the ones we throw out.
Can you please be quiet? we're all going to get a chance to speak, so if we could just be cognizant of everybody in here, really appreciate it. Thank you.
So that concludes the major departments where we're presenting. There's a number of slides contained in your packet that we've presented really to give a better feel for the rest of the budget and more information. But at this time, we're really wrapped up and ready to answer your questions and turn it over kind of to the public process and your consideration through the summer.
All right. With that, I'll open it up to questions from us.
Yeah, well, I'll start with one.
Okay.
Misty was just up here. So does your budget include funding for the Lawrence Community Shelter? Misty? Yeah, does your budget include funding for the community shelter?
Yes, it does.
Yes. Thank you. One more question for you, Misty. So I noticed that you will be using special alcohol money. How was that money spent before? That might be a Craig. Because I know we've used it for different things in the past, but it looks like all of it is potentially going to this budget. Is that correct?
I think that was a change that was made, I believe, last year for the first time. But before that, it was a special alcohol tax advisory board that will receive proposals from various community groups.
Yeah, that's what I remembered. Just want to make sure. That's all, Misty. Thank you.
Ellie, I have a couple of questions. I know you said next week you're going to produce, at least we'll know what the revenue neutral rate will be for the city.
Yes, and we have that. The county provided us with that number.
Oh, you do have it?
Yes.
Wonderful. What is that number?
1 second in my notes here.
Yeah, okay.
30.766.
Okay. And I don't know if you had time to calculate this. I did have this as a question. A couple of years ago, we had talked about the value of a mill. So like 1 mill equals so much of the budget. So do you know what that 1 mill equivalent is?
Yes. So just the straight value of a mill is 1,524,325.
Okay.
Now, what complicates that calculation slightly is we do factor in a 2% delinquency, so it lowers that to approximately 1493838.
149.
3838.
With the 2%. Okay. And then on our collected taxes, 9.3, our city portion is roughly 1.55, and that breakdown is roughly, is the 0.05 for affordable housing,
Yes.
and then
There's
roughly the 0.3 is what we are capturing for infrastructure.
Tony might know this more off the top of, there's a 1% general purpose.
Yes.
Special sales tax is currently in the amount of 0.55%.
Right.
0.2% for the public transit system, 0.3% for public infrastructure and fire apparatus and equipment, and then 0.05% for affordable housing initiatives.
Okay.
In addition to that, we have a 1%
For the
general purpose sales tax.
and then
Do all of those renew? Do all of those have 10-year sunsets? I know transit and affordable housing does.
All of these, the 3 special sales taxes that I just summarized to you, those all went into effect on April 1 of 2019. So they continue for 10 years and will sunset on March 31 of 2029.
I had a quick question. Ally, this may not be for you. This might be more for Craig. We looked at code enforcement and the recommendations for that. I guess my question would be, I feel like this is a deja vu conversation because we went back and forth about this last year, and I'm not going to rehash old wounds. But based on the explanation that was given for wanting to increase code enforcement, can you go a little bit deeper into that? I mean, I understand being the more, not being reactionary, but being more on the offense than on the defense. But what does that look like from an operational standpoint? So I know we received your report a couple of months ago that looked at just some of the prohibiting offenses and things of that nature. So what I took from that report was that it was something more than just an FTE. It's more of an operationalization of how we do code enforcement. So I guess my question is, with the additional FTE, what are you hoping to see in code enforcement that will change, that will be impactful with this additional FTE?
I'll give a basic answer, and I know Jeff's available to answer follow-up questions, but it is just to advance that. It is to get into more of a proactive stance and to help property owners come into compliance with our basic code. This was one of the few places we were able to add because it's more or less revenue neutral. They will, through the fees or through the fines, that will probably cost recover their salary.
Okay. We can have a comment about that later on. And then my last question, at least for now, Louis, I know you kind of came into this 60 days on the job, but I know we were looking at cost reductions. One of the things I feel like that's come up several years since I've been on the commission is just how we approach our community center, and that it's minimal in how it generates revenue as far as usage. And I want to say, I thought I saw something from you in regards to that, but just based on what we're doing in the market, is it because of our facilities? We don't feel like we need to add a cost to that. I know the idea was to keep it at zero to address equity amongst families. But as far as facilities and services and looking at your reduction, I just wanted to know your thoughts about that and looking at that piece of adding a cost or a fee to it.
Right. I mean, I think that's a reality that might be documented in our comp plan. Coming from other cities, I was surprised that there are no fees associated with it. And there are ways to work around that. You know, some sensible scholarship programs that really address those that are in need. So I hope that we can point to that comp plan as we develop in the future. And I believe the transmittal memo that city manager sent addressed that in the last few years, and that we should look at it. And I strongly believe that that would help us either reestablish, depending on when that happens. And I realize that there's history in the community and how they feel, and we certainly want to be sensitive to that. But I think it would definitely make a difference in the amount of services that we can continue to provide. Absent those, this is the reality of what we're looking at right now.
Okay. Thank you, Louis.
Thank you.
That's probably mostly all of the direct questions I have for now. Mayor.
Okay. I had one related to Parks and Rec, if you can come back up. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Wanted to make sure. In regards to the list of parks, we're removing, equipment or, shelters or whatnot. I just wanted to reiterate, because I think I received this question, that we're not closing them. It would just...
No, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the only two that we decided that we might be impacted as far as closure or lesser maintenance are on the west side because of that full-time position. So this is not closing the parks. We'll continue to mow them. We'll continue to service them. It's just the amount that we budget for replacement every year would be one of those things we sacrifice at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
Question, while you're still there.
Yes, sir.
There is looking through all the funds, there's a special recreation fund. Can someone, and I'm not sure if you've been here long enough to answer the question, what's the special recreation fund? How's that funded, and what can it be spent on compared to general fund dollars?
Yeah, we did look into that, and it can be used to expand or maintain existing or parks or programs. So that is something that we will look at in the coming weeks to see where we can lower some of the impact. There's not sufficient money in there to cover all our cuts, but we will look to see what fund balance we need to maintain in there to stay within policy, and see where we can have the most impact by recouping some of those dollars, potentially moving those into operating costs and some of the things that are in our operating budget, in our general fund budget, out to that may not be allowable. For instance, part-time is not a good use of that money because we want to look at things that are one-time that are coming out of our operating. So we will be looking at those things to potentially minimize some of these recommendations that we're making at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One question for
Yes.
you. So when you're talking about removing some shelters and playgrounds, are you talking about once their lifespan is?
Yes, and some of those are nearing that already. So we have those identified. Again, they're not all in the same condition, but we've earmarked, okay, over the next 3 to 5 years, these are the ones that need to be replaced because of their condition. So we're talking about going along with that as removing and not replacing. Again, it's about $150,000 we have a year budgeted for those replacements, which is about what, either a shelter or playground costs, depending on especially in those smaller parks. So it's not, we're going in and removing them, January 1, 2025, but as they get to the point where they need to be removed either for safety or just deterioration, that would be the plan, and not replacing them at this point.
Okay. Then one final question about the Prairie Park situation.
Yes.
Possibly rehoming some of the animals. Why would we do that? Is it just a cost savings, or?
It's a cost saving. It does get expensive to feed some of those animals. So again, when trying to look at our service levels and our priority-based budgeting and how we can react to the needs to reduce some of the costs, that's what we're looking at. So it wouldn't be all the animals. It would be some that are more costly to keep fed and housed. And that may come on down the line. So we can look potentially at other ways of trying to not impact it in that severe manner. But the eventuality is if we're cutting down the supplies in the Prairie Park Nature Center, that would be one of the areas that we would be able to do that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Question, go ahead. Just a big, was there any changes in the CIP from when we saw it last time to what's tonight? I know we're going to talk about the CIP several more times, but did we make any changes in the CIP from our last discussion?
There were some minor changes to airport and the state grant fund, and I believe if Melinda's on, she can explain that further.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm not sure I need, so those were the only two changes. We had talked about some other possible changes up here. Didn't give you any direction. I just didn't know if there was any other changes
Correct. Yeah.
from last time. Okay.
Mayor, one more question for Chief Llewellyn. Say, Chief, so with the proposed reduction of 4 to 3, can you take me through what that looks like as it relates to recruiting classes and attrition with retirements and forced overtime? 'Cause I know we tried to address that last year based on a 4-person station. Looking at that from a proposed 3, what does that look like? Those particular variables that I brought up.
Sure. So our current authorized staffing and operations is 150, and that includes captains, battalion chiefs, lieutenants, firefighters, engineers, all the ranks that serve in operations. What is in the proposed budget is a shift to an authorized force of 141 in operations, so a reduction from 150 to 141. Through attrition, we currently have 143 employees in operations. We're not going to lay people off on January 1. We're going to carry those folks until through natural attrition we get to 141. That, excuse me, that has a daily staffing or daily shift assignment of 47 firefighters to cover 36 spots. That is the taking into account the relief factor for 36 spots, we get to 47. So we haven't been there before. Even with the 5 added last year, we're still short of where we needed to be with the relief factor. So based on historical leave usage, that's the number that should be able to account for those spots. I'm not going to say that there's never going to be overtime, and depending on people's interest in working overtime, which has changed over the years. I'm not going to say there wouldn't be forced overtime, but that's our attempt to minimize the number of people who might be forced to work overtime, and that's truly impactful on our folks. I hear stories about people who missed kids' baseball games, and kids call them up and are crying because their parent wasn't at a baseball game, and it's troubling. So we are focused on putting the number of people in the workforce, or maintaining the number of people in the workforce who we believe, based on historic leave usage, are available to work on the shifts and will be there for the shifts.
Okay. So if we get to a point, we're at 143, but we get to a point of 141, then what number triggers us recruiting for another recruiting class? I mean, of course, with the addition of Station 6 and 7, but if then we're going to get back up into the 150s again for Station 6 and 7. So then how many recruiting classes would we need in between those timelines of opening to make sure we're up to that number?
Yeah, with the addition of Station 6, we anticipate that new number being 145 of authorized shift strength, and then with Station 7, that authorized shift strength would be 165. We'd add 4 when we open Station 6, 4 FTEs, and we had 20 FTEs when we opened Station 7. Recruiting classes in 2028, when we anticipate opening Station 6, we will have a class. When we open Station 7 in 2030, we may have 2 classes, and that depends on the number of folks who we need to get into the system just to account for retirements or other attrition. I anticipate that there may be some recruit classes in between there because of the need to keep that level at 141. There's a concern, some concern stated that we've had difficulty hiring in the past, and I don't think we're alone in that. It's a challenge right now to get folks into fire department jobs. Public safety jobs don't have the allure, or don't attract the large candidate pool that they have in the past. We have very targeted recruiting. We have a recruiting team that goes out and hits events and talks to folks about LDCFM, and we anticipate continuing that targeted recruiting. We want people to come here because they want to work for LDCFM. We want folks to come here because this is a good spot to work.
And I know you talked about it being kind of a regional concern. Do you feel like on a state level, you're able to speak to the legislature about creating space to elevate workforce capacity building in that. I know that the state does that, with Level Up. They're hitting all of these different community colleges with 2-year programs in high-need areas, and it seems like to me, since I've been on the commission, that there's been conversations around the need to recruit so that we remain competitive with just our state border partners. And so didn't know if there's at least some type of movement being done to include fire science into that Level Up program so that it pairs nicely with, I know Johnson County is the closest one I can think of that has that fire science program that someone can roll into that could be of a direct beneficial to this region and to us. So just thinking up top of mind as far as what are we doing or what could we be doing as an agency to speak to folks in Topeka about ensuring that there's also municipal jobs that need to be looked at and at least considered for things like this when we talk about retaining talent and youth in our state. So thank you for that, for answering that for me, Chief. That's all the questions.
I got a question.
Chief, while you're up there, you were talking about the overtime costs in general, and I was trying to drill into how much of the current overtime costs that we have, with your experience so far, is related to staffing the 4-person crew versus 3, as opposed to, say, special events or cases where people are out sick and just generally just need to be filling in for a spot that it's not tied to this particular proposal that you have in mind?
Let me talk about special events first, if I can, kind of break that question up. We do staff for special events throughout the community, but a lot of that is at KU. A majority of that is at KU. And oftentimes, those may be mandatory overtime spots as well. Our commitment to serve the community extends to campus. We get reimbursed for that. And so the folks who are up there working, we bill for their actual rate plus an administrative fee. But that doesn't reduce the impact on the employees who are forced to be there. We are looking at alternatives, if you will, to maybe reduce the impact of that, looking for some partner agencies who might contribute personnel when our folks weren't available. I know on the law enforcement side, that's not uncommon to walk up to a KU game and see a police officer from Olathe or Kansas City, Kansas. Mm-hmm. So we are exploring those options to reduce the impact. It's just off the top of my head, I think about $170,000 worth of billing that is built into our revenue stream through providing EMS for those events. In terms of your other question, I'll try to answer it, but you might need to clarify a point or two. We currently have 4-person minimum staffing on our fire engines and quints. Mm-hmm. So when we drop below, when we don't have enough people to keep 4 people on those engines and quints, we staff for that. Recently, we experienced in the first probably 4 or 5 months of the year a significant impact on our overtime for a variety of factors. For example, the average number of people who've used the parental leave over the course of a year up until this year had been about 9 over the course of a year. We had 9 people on parental leave in the first quarter, and so that was very impactful to the budget as we were trying to get a recruit academy out and get that in place. So a lot of our staffing overtime is related to maintaining those staffing levels on current engines. Other impacts that we've experienced this year in particular was a very detailed and complex arson investigation that created a lot of overtime expense as we had our arson investigators working through that. That was another thing that was identified.
Okay, so percent-wise of the look at the overtime budget, whatever that number is, would you say what percent would you say is tied to making sure we have 4 people on the quints and the engines?
I am just ballparking figures here.
Just a range would be great.
Sure, 75 to 80%.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, got a couple.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yep, I got 2. Could you talk a little bit about the proposal to go from 4 to 3, and how that compares to our surrounding communities?
Yeah, we have been looking into that. There's one peer community that has 4-person staffing on fire apparatus like we do, and that's Kansas City, Missouri. Some peer communities, there's 2 departments in Johnson County. Shawnee is one, and I believe Overland Park or maybe Olathe is the other one, who sometimes staff 4 people on an apparatus and other times staff 3 people. In apparatus, it's actually Overland Park. In apparatus, where they have a unit there by itself, it's staffed with 4 people. If it's there with another unit, such as a squad, it's staffed with 3 people. So other communities that are nearby that staff fire suppression apparatus with 3 members include Topeka, Lenexa, Olathe, a lot of the Johnson County departments, Kansas City, Kansas. Those are kind of the summary.
So we look at generally, what, about 15 different peer cities, somewhere in there? Is that what we compare it to?
That was
12,
a
15?
list of about 12 peer cities.
Yeah, 12. And so only one actually does the 4 full-time.
Full-time, yeah.
And the rest of them are 3 or possibly every once in a while 4.
Correct.
Okay, got it. The other question I have is about overtime. So last year, our budget didn't include more staff for overtime, but you came forward, or as well as the fire union, I guess, came forward and asked for more positions to address the overtime issue. And so 5 positions were given to the fire department, new positions. So I was really surprised to see a few months ago where we had used up 88% of our overtime this year, because we had allocated those positions. And I realize you've got to have time to fill those. And, you know, when I asked you last year, would this address your overtime issue? And you said yes. Now that we're getting staffed up, do you stand by that? That the 5 that we allowed you to have the money for, will that address the overtime issue?
The challenge that you identified was onboarding. So we hired 4 extra people at the start of the year. That was one of our challenges with getting folks on board. We needed 8 people to hire for attrition purposes, and 5 people for to fill those extra spots that we were given. We were low on folks, and we ended up being able to hire 12 of those positions. So the time to get those folks onboarded, as well as the other impacts I talked about, the family leave that came out, the arson investigation, impacted significantly the amount of overtime that we had per the budget. The onboarding of firefighters is expensive. The academy is expensive. We put folks through the academy internally, and we have to assign people to the academy, which increases overtime usage because we have to then backfill for the folks who are assigned to the academy. So the answer is we were getting there. We were getting to a point where we could address that issue. We've had some attrition again this year, and we're in the process, or we would be in the process of starting to talk about hiring 7 to get back up to full staffing. So, and that includes 6 people through attrition and the 1 spot, if you will, that we weren't able to hire for the first academy. So one of the challenges with the fire service is staffing, is the peaks and valleys that we see. And we were in a valley, got to almost the peak, and we're in a valley again. So we'd be talking about the need to hire again to get to full staffing to minimize that overtime. So we were close.
So it's not a matter of needing more positions, it's just keeping those filled. Is that what I understand?
Correct.
So if you were able to do that with the additional 5 that were added during the last budget season, then do you feel comfortable in saying that would address your overtime issues?
It would be close. I talked about the relief factor earlier, and if we look at the number of folks that we need to maintain on a 39 minimum daily staffing with the relief factor, we need to be at about 152 authorized, and we were at 150. So we were pretty close. If we could hire people and put them into the system, January 1, welcome to LDCFM. Here's your gear. There's your bunk. Here's your truck. It would be a lot easier to manage that. But the peaks and valleys create challenges.
Yeah, it's never clear, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Chief, I had an additional question regarding 4 versus 3 man staffing or person staffing. So in any scenario or any situation that you've seen, it sounds like a lot of the 3-person staffing units in Johnson County or in Johnson County proper, and they're surrounded by other cities. So if they needed folks, they're able to respond quickly. Are you able to? Would response times be affected in our case, since we're not necessarily on an island, but it would. We have a couple municipalities that are abutting us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great question. There's no doubt our service levels will be reduced when we go from 4-person to 3-person. We have identified critical taskings for all the different types of calls that we go to. And from those critical taskings, we've identified what we call an effective response force. So if we go to a fire in a house, we may need to force entry in the house. We may need to hook up to a fire hydrant. We're going to need to take a hose line into the house. We're going to need to perform what we call search and rescue to look for victims in the house. We're going to need to ventilate it to let the smoke out. All of those tasks take people, and we've identified the number of people that we need at that incident in order to accomplish those tasks in a timely manner, in a manner that makes a difference, that meets what our goal is, what our KPI is to confine the fire to the room of origin. If we're showing up with fewer people on fire apparatus, we're going to need to call more apparatus to the incident in order to get the right number of people there. They may be coming from further away, so it's going to take longer for us to assemble that effective response force, and that's going to be one of the impacts. And it's not just fires. We've critical tasked responses to cardiac arrest, which is another KPI that we follow, and we currently send 7 people to a cardiac arrest event. In order to get 7 people now, it's going to take multiple, or at least one more apparatus. That's a fire engine, that's an ambulance, and a battalion chief, and we would need to add an apparatus to that response. So it will have an impact in terms of how we deliver people to the incident and the length of time that it takes to get everybody at the incident that we need.
Okay.
Do you need 7 people? I mean, I'm not an EMT, obviously.
Yeah.
Please help me understand.
I'd be happy to put on a demonstration of what we do for cardiac arrest, but some of the tasks for cardiac arrest are get the patient to an area where you can work on them. People collapse in tight places. We have to get them out to where they're at. We have to start CPR. We have to hook up the defibrillator. We have to start an IV. Someone has to talk to the family. The family's there. They need to be talked through what's going on, or bystanders. And then assuming we get the patient back, best case scenario, we need those people to move the patient onto the gurney, and they're still hooked up to all the equipment that they've been hooked up. So essentially what we do is, in the case of a cardiac arrest, we bring an emergency room to the patient. And if you've ever been in the hospital and seen a cardiac arrest in the hospital, there's a lot of folks in that little space, and that's what we're bringing, and then we have to move them to the hospital, so we're moving all the equipment and the patient as well out to the ambulance and down the road. So that number of folks, surprisingly, it may surprise you, is the least number that we've sent of the last 2 departments, or compared to the previous 2 departments I worked for.
All right, that helps. Thank you.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure, Vice Mayor.
So I want to make sure I'm clear then. You're the chief of the fire department, and I'm going to rely on your expertise on certain matters that I have zero understanding of, and I've done my own research, which is always dangerous on others, but gotten a lot of feedback from people. One of the biggest questions that I have is from a fire insurance rating standpoint, from a life safety standpoint, and from a realistic coverage and real world cost, what are the unintended consequences of moving from 4 to 3? And I think you've obviously thought through that because you're the one that proposed this to us and to the city manager, from what I understand. So there's a reduction in service, you said. Does that mean that we're going to see reductions in our core values when it comes to being rated for fire protection and for insurance ratings? And does this manpower shift, which sounds like it's prevalent in other areas, is it going to have a negative impact on our rating specifically due to this decrease in staffing on these apparatus? And are there other ways to get these metrics up? For example, if they're evaluating us and our training and our education and our continuing education and how staff looks and how they feel and their general wellness, are there other ways to improve our rating based on that if we did move this direction?
Sure, and if you'll please allow me, I think I would like to clarify that I am in favor of 4-person staffing.
Okay.
So it's more efficient, it's delivering a better product to the community, it helps us improve our strategic goals. So I just want to be clear on that.
Okay.
The potential impacts to ISO rating, for example, when ISO looks at us, we get a score for staffing levels. That's where our 4-person staffing helps us. This will impact that score. We also get a score for what's called dispersion, and that's looking at the number of stations and how they're located in the community. ISO recommends that you have a fire engine within 1.5 miles of each part of the community and a ladder truck within 2.5 miles. So we did not get a very good score for dispersion last time, and I think that's a recognition of the community outgrowing the footprint of the fire department. So as part of this plan, we are adding fire stations, so those points may offset the decrease that we're going to see from staffing decreases.
But do you think, so you don't think it's the same level of safety?
I think from the ability to provide service, the 4-person staffing is a more efficient staffing model. There's studies that have been conducted by the federal government or federal government funded studies done by independent research bodies that have shown the efficiencies afforded by 4-person staffing. We're going to lose that efficiency. It's going to impact our ability to function at fires in a way that we're focused on through our strategic plan KPI. We look to and measure our ability to confine fires to the room of origin. This may slow us down. We're not going to be able to send crews in right away when we show up if we don't have the right number of people on scene. So it will impact us in that way for sure.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question for Ally, so I'm done with Fire Chief. Just so I know, what is the percentage, you talked about the sales tax, what are we projecting for the increase in property values or valuation in 2025?
About 7%.
7%?
Yeah, 7.5%, I believe.
It's through 3% on sales tax?
Correct.
Thank you.
And Ally, just for my clarification, I was kind of looking at it as well. I think for the last, was it like 5 or 6 years, it's been at least 4%, like valuations I've seen, or could you confirm?
No, since COVID, we've seen
Okay.
extremely high.
Higher than that.
Last year, I believe it was 8, and the year before that was 12.
Okay.
And I'd have to go back farther than that.
It's skyrocketed.
Yeah.
Okay. I was looking at earlier data then. Thank you. Any additional questions?
Not right now, sir.
All right. Before I open it up to public comment, I just want to let you know that we have a lot of staff here, and we'll be looking back at what folks say, and we'll try to compile that information as best we can so that, folks can look back on it and hopefully have as many of their questions answered as possible. So, all right.
Take a break.
Oh, you need a break? Okay. Sorry, bio break for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back and start public comment. We're going to start in about 30 minutes or so, or not 30 minutes, 30 seconds or so. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. Yep, 30 seconds or so. Okay. All right, and before we start public comment, I just want to remind folks, please don't block the door. You know, we need to have we have the fire and medical department here, and I'm sure they're well aware that we need available exit and entry, egress and ingress. So, if you could do that, we'd really appreciate it. So, all right, start us off with public comment. First one up.
Your video's not on.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Mine is neither.
Well, you can go ahead and talk. Nobody really needs to see me.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Mayor Littlejohn and Commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening, and I want to be respectful of your time because I know there's a lot of people behind me, so I'll make this quick. My name is Zay Morgan. I've worked for the Fire and Medical Department for 30 years. I am currently a battalion chief in the Operations Division. One of my most important duties as a battalion chief is to ensure that my crews and myself protect the lives and property of the citizens of Lawrence and Douglas County in the most efficient and professional manner, while also keeping my firefighters safe. This is why I felt compelled to come here tonight. The proposed budget that reduces our staffing will directly affect this. I believe strongly that reducing our staffing levels will ultimately make us less effective and will make our operations on emergency scenes less safe for our firefighters and our citizens. Tonight, I urge you to not consider any budget that involves cutting staffing levels of any kind. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you regarding the 2025 budget. My name is Doug Green. I retired from the Fire Department in 2021 as a division chief in the Operations Division. So 15 of my years were in operations when I was a chief officer. There are a number of items in the budget proposal the chief gave you that I really agree with. The two additional stations, the additional medical unit, the addition chief's officers that he requested. Areas I don't support or reducing staffing on engine and quints to 3 members from 4. And I don't, which he did mention today too, of laying off firefighters. I don't support that. From my experience, I believe fire medical has been operating well below staffing levels for a number of years. 5 stations and a daily on-duty staff of 39 firefighters is not enough for the city our size and for the number of incidents the department handles annually, which increases every year. And this year we're over 15,000, or for last year, excuse me. The question was brought up about Johnson County departments. I spent 3 years at the Olathe Fire Department. Over there we had auto aid agreements with neighboring cities, and they used AVL. So if an engine or apparatus was busy in Olathe, automatically an apparatus from Overland Park, Lenexa, Shawnee would automatically come over to our jurisdiction, and vice versa. If they were busy, Olathe would go to their jurisdictions. So it was always the first closest unit would be dispatched to the call. It is the Commission's, the City Manager, and the Fire Department's responsibility to ensure the Fire Medical Department has adequate staffing to safely manage emergency and non-emergency incidents in Douglas County and Lawrence. Historically, you've acknowledged the importance of maintaining sufficient staffing levels. This acknowledgement reflected a commitment to the safety of firefighters and citizens of our community. By reducing staffing, you're at risk of placing department members and citizens we have sworn to protect and serve at risk. The reduction of staff will compromise a crew's ability to operate efficiently, effectively, timely, and safely on incidents. I understand the budgetary challenges the city is facing and the difficult decisions necessary. However, cutting firefighting staffing should not be an option. I ask each of you to do your own research on the fire department staffing in order to make an informed decision. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Seamus Albritton. I'm currently the president of Lawrence Professional Firefighters IAFF Local 1596. First, thank you for being here with open ears, open minds. I realize that these budget proposals are not necessarily yours. You are here to receive them. I would impress that upon those who choose to speak after me. I've sent you all the studies, the data, the science. Chief spoke to it as well. 4 people is the most efficient. It's the best service, and allows us to continue putting a good product on the street. So I'm not going to bore you with all that. I can talk to you about that later privately, but you guys have it in your inboxes. So, but instead, let's talk about what this means in the real world. How has it played out? How has 4 people on a fire truck played out in the past? So, on July 5th, 2018, my peers and I were dispatched to an apartment fire with report of a family of 4 trapped by smoke and heat on the 3rd floor. We arrived to find exactly that, a fully involved fire with 2 adults and 2 young children trapped on their 3rd floor balcony, endangered of losing their lives or their health. Due to our current staffing of 4, in a short time frame, your Lawrence firefighters rescued that family, deployed a hose to the fire, and established a water supply. These things are not exclusive from each other. To make a rescue, you need a hose line in place typically. To put a hose line in place, you typically need a water supply. All these are labor-intensive tasks that must be done quickly. A large amount of people is needed to get it done. So I will ask you, moving forward, if we move to 3-person trucks, which of these tasks would you like us to prioritize? Which of these tasks would you like us to put on the back burner? And are you comfortable making that family of 4 in the future wait a couple extra minutes? I don't think you are. You're good people who care about this city. You care about the safety of your citizens. Let's prove it by adjusting these budget proposals. Friends, I know there's been conversation about what goes on in other communities. We are not other communities. Johnson County has been cited in here. There are over 40 firehouses in Johnson County. And as retired Chief Green pointed out, they are right on top of each other, and they have agreements that they just dump firehouses as structure fires. We have 5. We have 5 firehouses, and it is not uncommon for a structure fire or a major event to empty all 5 of those buildings. We need every firefighter every minute of every day that we currently have. Do not reduce the safety of the community. Do not reduce the safety of the firefighters. Look for cuts elsewhere. Thank you.
Before you start, if we could kind of hold off. I know you're very enthusiastic. Hold off on the applause because we want to make sure that we get everybody in and out.
Appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Simon Stevenson. I'm an engineer paramedic at Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical, as well as secretary of IFF Local 1596. I stand before you today not just as a firefighter, not as a union representative, but as a voice for my brothers and sisters who risk their lives every day to protect this community. This proposal in front of you is not just a financial decision. It is a decision that endangers the very safety of the well-being of every person in this city. First and foremost, our fire department is already stretched thin. When a fire, motor vehicle accident, hazardous materials accident, water rescue, entrapment, or a medical emergency occurs, every second counts. A delayed or inadequate response can mean the difference between life and death, between a minor incident and a catastrophic loss. Our firefighters need to be able to respond swiftly, effectively, and with adequate personnel, and that requires proper staffing. Furthermore, consider the physical and mental toll on first responders with grueling schedules and high-stress situations. Reducing the number of personnel means these remaining will have higher call volume with less recovery, increasing the risk of injury and ultimately burnout. This not only compromises safety, but also the ability to perform duties correctly. It is imperative to keep the support and resources needed to do the job safely and effectively. Let's also not forget about the broader impact on our community. A well-staffed fire department is not just about putting out fires, it's about preventing them. On top of the roughly 17,000 calls that we ran last year, firefighters conduct inspections, educate the public on fire safety, and engage the community outreach. These proactive measures are crucial in preventing fires and other emergencies before they happen. Reduction in staff would ultimately decrease these essential services, leading to greater risks and ultimately higher costs in the long run, even leading to the highest cost of all, potential loss of life. Investing in our fire department is an investment in our safety, stability, and prosperity of this community. In conclusion, the proposed budget in front of you is a short-sighted and dangerous move. It jeopardizes the safety of our community, places an increased burden on our firefighters, and ultimately costs more than it saves. I strongly urge you to reconsider this proposal. Let us not wait for a tragedy to remind us of the value of this fire department. Instead, let us take proactive steps to ensure the resources needed are in place to keep this community safe. Thank you.
My name is Robert Hardy. I'm a citizen of Lawrence. And I'm not going to say a lot. I just want you guys to really think about what's in front of you. And I know you guys have a tough job having the budget that we're all trying to meet, you know. So anyway, I guess I just want to say, think about what these fellas are saying. And they're not lying. They're telling the truth. And I believe in them. And so really, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, and citizens of Lawrence, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Nathan Kaufman, and I am a fire captain with Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical and a lifelong resident of Lawrence. I'm here tonight, like many others, to oppose the proposed staffing reductions to fire apparatus laid out in the city manager's recommended budget for 2025. Your Lawrence firefighters respond to numerous incidents like structure fires, emergency medical incidents, motor vehicle accidents, water rescues, hazardous material releases, high-angle rescues, gas leaks, carbon monoxide incidents, power line incidents, and many others. By removing personnel from fire apparatus, it gives working crews fewer people to complete time-sensitive, incident-critical tasks that will lead to poor outcomes. Poor outcomes equals injury and deaths to both civilians and firefighters. This decision does not make our community more safe and secure, it makes it less. As you work through the budget, I ask you to help your Lawrence firefighters by funding the personnel and equipment that we need to uphold the oath that we took to protect the citizens of Lawrence. Please help us keep our community safe and secure.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, my name is John Darling. I've served this city as a firefighter since 2005. The years since then have not always been easy. Money has been tight before, and tax projections have been missed before. But not once in all that time was cutting firefighters' staffing seriously considered, let alone put into an actual budget proposal. Now, there are endless practical reasons that we've touched on already to oppose these staffing cuts. Things like it'll likely cause us to lose our ISO rating, and business insurance and home insurance rates will rise. It's things like firefighters get injured more often and more severely when working in 3-person companies than 4-person companies. That's in all sorts of data that's been validated. And it's also contrary to our own current standards of coverage and operational SOPs, which require 4-person staffing for that initial response force for the first unit. And this proposal admits as much. It talks about this as reducing service levels. But I'd like to explain that clinical term in a way that everybody can understand. So since I have kids, I'm going to do it with Legos because that seemed to be the easiest way. So this is a fire engine. Fire engine has 4 wheels, just like the 4 firefighters. It's stable, okay? So if you take one wheel off, what happens? It doesn't function nearly as well. The wheels are the same as the firefighters. You need all 4 firefighters on a fire apparatus to function well the way our system has been designed. So what's being pitched is the idea I can take a wheel off of this truck, take a wheel off of this truck, take a wheel off of this truck, and I can take them and I can slap those 3 wheels onto this truck, and I'll have 4 fire trucks. And maybe from the outside, if you're looking at it from the right angle, you'll say, oh, hey, you got 4 fire trucks for the price of 3. That's a good deal. But guess what? None of them are stable. None of them work as well as the current ones do. And the bigger thing is this, the bait and switch, is that we're not getting that 4th fire truck until 2028. So right now we're trading 3 good fire engines, fully staffed, for 3 that have less staffing. That's a reduction. And that's what I think you really need to focus on. One of the key outcomes of the city's strategic plan is supposed to be that our population feels safe and secure. This does the opposite of that. Now, you may have noticed that many of the areas that were most affected by those staffing cuts tend to be lower income. And that's why I'm here tonight, because as bad as I sound, those people often even have less of a voice. Those are the people who need our services the most. So I urge you to reject this proposal and find literally any other way to make ends meet than cutting the emergency services staffing that helps the most vulnerable parts of our community. Thank you for your time.
Hello. This is the first time I've ever been in this room and meeting all of you, so I'm happy to meet you. Also, I've had 30 minutes to prepare for this after I was contacted by a friend, and I'm shocked my husband, too, because he didn't know I was going to get up and speak. As shocked as I was about the increase of the mill levy, I'm even more shocked that there would be a reduction in essential services. I have a degree from Washburn University in health science. I am an retired X-ray tech that's worked emergency rooms, not only in Lawrence, but in Providence Medical Center. This is not a static situation. In other words, the percentage of people, or the amount of people, I just wrote some stats down very quickly that you probably all know, but from 2006 to 2021, there were 8,900 calls, and now in 2021, 15,000 calls for emergency services, and that's going up. That was 2021. If you reduce staffing, you can have all the pretty fire engines you want, but no one to get in them and to care for people. What good does that do you? That's like coming into the hospital and there's a nice X-ray machine there to help you figure out what's wrong with your broken arm, but there's no X-ray tech to take your X-ray. I mean, you have to have people to help people. And it was very upsetting to me that the thought of cutting staff for our emergency medical services. The other thing I thought about was this bystander app that, which one of you were talking about the bystander app? Anyway, are you familiar with the bystander app? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Well, I lived in the country for 25 years, and when I looked at the chart of response time, there's a lot of these red dots where that response time is longer, and it's getting longer with less staffing. So when you think about somebody needing help within, let's say, 6 minutes or 6 to 10 minutes where brain damage can occur, and you're in these outlying areas where no one can reach you, you got problems. You've got people that maybe they could be resuscitated, but maybe they have brain damage. You don't know. Bystander, and I wrote down that.
Ma'am, I'm sorry,
am
your
I
time is
going over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Littlejohn, Commission. My name is Dean Garrison. I currently serve fire medical as a captain at Station 3 on Y shift. I'm also a member of Lawrence Professional Firefighters IAFF Local 1596, and I rise in opposition to the proposed budget to reduce fire department staffing. Fire medical captains have collectively sent each of you a letter that outlines our position, complete with technical references and data. And as much as I'd like to review that, I'm going to keep it simple with a basic exercise. Think of yourself right now. Imagine you have to be moved. Someone has to physically pick you up and move you. Just you, as you are, your shape and size, your physical condition, from your position right now. You have to be picked up and moved. How many firefighters do you think it would take to do that? From where you are right now. How about from your house, your bedroom, your bathroom, someplace you frequent, a restaurant, rec center? How many firefighters do you think it would take to move you? Non-emergent, you aren't in pain, you're alert and oriented, you're not broken or bleeding, you're breathing, nothing in the structure is on fire, the structure is not on fire, no hazardous materials are leaking, access isn't blocked, climate controlled, you just need to be moved. Now imagine that same scenario, but it is emergent. You are in pain. You have altered mental status. You're broken, you're bleeding, you're not breathing. Something in the structure is on fire. The structure is on fire. Hazardous materials are leaking. Access is blocked. Inclement weather. Now how many firefighters do you think it would take to move you? How many firefighters do you think it would take to move you and address those other variables? Commission, approximately 40 years ago, city governments and Lawrence professional firefighters answered that question and committed to staffing 4 firefighters on every fire truck. Now, City Manager Owens and Fire Chief Llewellyn have a proposal to push the reset button and regress service to this city by decades. Commission, you have to decide if you stand on the wrong side of history or with the community on the right side of public safety. And last but not least, there are nice to haves and have to haves. We have to have 4 firefighters on every fire truck. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Talib Muwakil. I'm an engineer on Quint 2 on the east side of Lawrence, Kansas. Every day I come to work and I work with 3 individuals, a captain, a nozzleman, and a plugman. All of us have very distinct but very vital roles. Every day we show up and we give 110%. Sorry, give me a minute. Just last week we were out doing a fire inspection, and a gentleman walked up to us, shook our hands, and he told us, thank you, because in the prior years, there was a fire at his apartment complex. He was on the 3rd floor, him and his family and his wife. And he tried to run out the apartment door. The apartment door was blocked by fire and smoke. He shut the door, he couldn't get out. It was then when he ran to the balcony as he see firefighters pulling up to grab ladders, to throw ladders to that balcony to get them out. I think the rest of the firefighters have driven it home, the different roles to make that kind of stuff happen. I wonder what would have happened to that family if we weren't there in that time to get that done with the right amount of people. We have to have 4 people on this truck. Anything less than that is irresponsible. It removes the safety from the firefighters, and it removes the security that we provide for the civilians in this city. Thank you.
Good evening. I appreciate you guys giving us an opportunity to speak here. My name's Clayton Seals. This is my wife, Hannah. This is Theo. He's going to be here in a few months. In the fire service, we train for the worst, but we hope for the best. When I go to work, my wife and I know that there's a possibility that I might not come home. In my career, I've experienced many once in a career events. One notably was the hotel fire in 2018, where we had a firefighter, our captain, go through the floor. In response to us not being an island, time matters in our job. A mayday, where a firefighter goes down and needs rescued, statistically happens in the first 5 minutes. When we call for mutual aid, it's going to be 45 minutes before we get a truck from Johnson County at the earliest. It's going to be us rescuing our own. Studies by Phoenix Fire show that it takes a minimum of 12 firefighters to rescue one downed firefighter. If you move to 3-man trucks, that is going to be 4 fire apparatus focused singly on the sole purpose of rescuing that downed firefighter. Not fire response, not fire suppression, not water supply, not engineering. It's 12 individuals. We need the staffing of 4 people, and we need more trucks. We've gotten busier. Firefighting is inherently dangerous by its nature, but we do this knowing full well that we sacrifice our time away from our family and our health. We do this because we know that this job matters to the community. I want to reference, since 2018, we've had 3 people diagnosed with cancer, and we've lost 2 of those, Cole Brookard and Chad Gunderson, and they did this job knowing full well that could be a possibility for them. Moving to 3-man trucks makes it all the more possible that either I or one of my brothers and sisters won't make it home. Please support your fire department and reject the move to 3-man trucks. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Patrick Schneider. I live here in Lawrence. I have also worked for the fire department here in Lawrence for over 7 years now. At the very beginning, Mr. Owens, you had mentioned that this proposed budget was values-driven. We've heard plenty, and we're going to continue to hear more, about how this reduces basic things that our community deserves. And that doesn't fall into our values. That doesn't fall into our values as a fire department, doesn't fall into our values as a city. These people deserve more than what we're already providing as a fire department, and we are not in a position to reduce staffing. When we were at the beginning of the meeting, when we were talking about just bringing up the budget in general, it was mentioned that this budget involves the expansion of Lawrence. I don't see how when it reduces staffing for fire department. It was also said that this proposed budget maintains, quote, an excellent level of service even in areas of decrease. That's just not true. We're barely hanging on as a fire department. Every year call volumes are going up, and we haven't increased the amount of fire stations or fire trucks since around 2005. We've almost doubled our call volume since then. So I don't think this maintains an excellent level of service in any way. It was also asked, do we need 7 people on a cardiac arrest? Just as one of our other folks coming up here to speak had mentioned, have you ever tried to carry a full-grown man down a flight of stairs while they're clinically and literally dead weight? Absolutely. 7 is a minimum. A mistake was made, as it was mentioned, in the budget and the projection of the budget. These things happen. But don't punish the citizens and take away the basic services that they deserve because of a mistake, whoever's mistake that may be. I'm not here to try to point fingers. But we need to raise money another way for this mistake that is the responsibility of the city. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine Schneider. I used to be a firefighter, and my husband works at Station 4. I've showed up tonight to ask you, our City Commission, to reject any proposal that would decrease our standard of staffing. I think it is ridiculous to propose a decrease in staffing per apparatus while increasing administrative roles. There is zero doubt in my mind that the admin roles of deputy chiefs, a budget analyst, and an HR analyst are important positions to staff, but we could not possibly define those positions as critical when held next to the positions of line firefighters. Critical means having a decisive or crucial importance in the success, failure, or existence of something. The success of this department's mission, saving and protecting lives and property, in combination with this city's mission of supporting the community, ultimately relies on the line firefighters in this city. When a fire apparatus arrives to help you, your mother, your father, sister, brother, or your child, or to stop your house or your business from burning down, you won't care who is completing administrative tasks. You care about who shows up to your 911 call, and you will definitely care when the amount of people who arrive are not sufficient enough to protect and save your property. And I and others in this community will care a whole heck of a lot when there are not enough firefighters on scene to rescue a firefighter who has collapsed in a burning building. Regardless of the admin roles, no proposal that decreases staffing at LDCFM is acceptable. Lawrence is already behind Topeka when looking at the ratio of firefighters and apparatus to citizens at its current staffing. Lawrence can hardly claim to be progressive if the commission accepts this proposal. Accepting this proposal puts the safety of citizens and your first responders at risk, and it impedes the ability of this department to fulfill its mission. Please do not accept it. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is TJ Everett. I am a lifelong Lawrence resident, and I have been a firefighter for 7 years. I would like to share my thoughts about this budget proposal. I will do my best to be concise. I timed this. It's a little over 3 minutes. Let me start by expressing my gratitude for the hard work that you Commissioners do on our behalf. I am sure at times you feel run down and unappreciated, maybe endure some verbal abuse from citizens, and perhaps question why in the heck you ever thought this was a good idea to run. Other comparable cities' elected officials are paid more. Many of them have more officials per capita, and they don't have to deal with all these wacky antics that make Lawrence charming and lovable in that crazy uncle sort of way. Despite all of these downsides, you choose to do this work, and I admire that and appreciate you because I feel like I can relate to that, looking beyond your selfness, just as all of your firefighters can. For the bedrock principle of our job is that there is something out there more important than yourself, that some things are worth sacrificing my life for. I'm a young man, and the first time I saved someone younger than me from death was one of those times that made everything, all the bad stuff, worth it. The feeling of humanity and purpose that I felt when their family looked into my eyes and thanked me, those kinds of experiences are what have kept me in this job, and my memories of them are usually enough to drown out that little voice in the back of my head, maybe thoughts that you have, questioning, why the heck am I doing this? Why am I putting up with this? That question gets really loud when I've had little to no sleep for 24 hours, louder still when I witness somebody die, especially if I have to look their family members in the eye and tell them that their loved one is dead, and especially when children are involved. In the last few years, I questioned doing this job much more frequently just because of what we now know about the health effects, not the immediate danger of house fires, but how damaging sleep interruption is to our body's health, how much more likely I am to get cancer because of exposures. But continually, perhaps self-destructively, I train my mind to look beyond that because after all is said and done, somebody has to do this job. I take comfort in the fact that firefighters have always been responsible for risking their lives for other people, and in support of that, safety has, by and large, continuously improved. I feel relatively safe in risking my life because the city that I have served has historically moved in the direction of providing increased safety to its firefighters. But this proposal by Mr. Owens to cut the number of firefighters on every truck from 4 to 3 negates that. I feel unsupported and my risk unappreciated. To be told to reduce our services to fit our allocated budget seems to ignore the realities of our particular job. If another department outside of public safety has less staff, they get work done more slowly. Nobody dies, but a fire or a cardiac arrest can't be handled more slowly. And we, as the people doing the work, know that taking away the extra person who hooks the truck to the hydrant or the extra person who can interact with family and explain what's happening to their loved one, I'll cut ahead. But I've built my life planning to serve my hometown for a few decades and to retire here because people here in Lawrence care about my well-being as a firefighter. My whole life I've witnessed testaments to that. This community has repeatedly stepped up to remind out-of-towner administrators that we value public servants here.
TJ, can you wrap it up? You're at 30 minutes. So.
Yep. Thank you. That falls to you, Commissioners. I ask you, please tell Mr. Owens to adjust his priorities in this budget process.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Cody Neal. I have been a member of LDCFM for 4 years now and currently hold the rank of Engineer Paramedic at Station 3. The reason so many of us are gathered here tonight is to represent our department for a troubling cause. The key reason is reduced safety and well-being to our community and our brothers and sisters. Every one of
every one of our members comes in for their shift with one goal: to protect the citizens of the city of Lawrence. Sadly, certain members of our city are attempting to make this goal much more difficult to accomplish. The idea of reducing staff on the fire apparatus from 4 personnel to 3 personnel is one that I believe does not reflect what the citizens deserve. To put this in perspective, I want you to put yourself in a scenario. Your home is burning. Contrary to what movies portray, the fire is rapidly growing every second, and within minutes, what started as a small fire from a candle or a sparking outlet has evolved into your home being engulfed. Worse yet, you have a loved one inside, a husband or wife, a mother or father, a child. When the fire department arrives, 4 firefighters go to work, catching the hydrant for water supply, engaging the pump to get water through the hose, stretching the hose line to the front door, masking up and prepping to go in. Now imagine this. Right before those firefighters make entry into that fire to rescue your loved one, a member of our city grabs their arm and pulls them aside. "Sorry, we can't let you go in. We allocated our funds elsewhere and can only pay 3. This is what we were looking at, and this is just on the fire ground. Imagine your loved one is not breathing, or imagine they are pinned in a vehicle that was just in an accident. How many firefighters do you want showing up? How many hands do you want working to save a life? The impact of losing one member off a fire apparatus greatly increases the amount of time it takes to save a life. Whether it is one less pair of hands searching through the dark and smoke, one less medical professional using every bit of their training to bring your loved one back, or one less folding that door back to give you medical attention in your vehicle. It makes all the difference in the world in that moment. The reality is you may never have this moment. The average person has 1 to 2 truly emergent moments in their lives. Our reality, we see it every day in this community. We know the importance of having our brothers and sisters next to us working to save a life. Your city leaders, they are willing to risk the lives of you and your loved ones to further their agenda. To quote a city member that came to the stations to speak to each crew about strategic plan, it was said that we don't want people to work here for their paycheck. We want them to work here for the culture. I say it's hard to have a great culture like Lawrence has when the citizens and employees can't feel safe. So ask yourself one question: what is your life and the lives of your children worth? Your city leaders don't think it's worth more than their agenda. Your firefighters, we think it's worth risking our lives to keep you safe. I hope you'll take this into consideration tonight and truly look at your loved ones who live in this community. Your firefighters want to serve to the best of our ability, but to do that, we need all hands on deck. Help us keep 4 personnel in the trucks. Thank you.
As you can tell, most of us really aren't used to this environment, and we'd rather be probably in a ditch cutting somebody out of a car in a house fire. So my name is Scott Surate. I've worked for LDCFM for 35 years. I've served the citizen of Lawrence. I'm an operations lieutenant, so that means I'm on a truck every day responding to 911 calls. Our job is about change, constant change, whether it's new equipment, whether it's tactics, whether it's just how we train. It's constantly in flux, and we're constantly learning new things. And there's a lot of change that has happened over the years. Some of it's been very good change. Some of it's been bad. And usually that bad change occurs because there hasn't been enough thought, and people rush and decide, let's do something when they feel they need to get something done. So years ago, there was one major change in my career that happened, and that's when the Lawrence Fire Department and LDCFM combined. DCAS combined, the Douglas County Ambulance Service combined into LDCFM. Huge change. Created anger, created turmoil, created passion that was palpable. We dealt with it, we worked our way through it, but it was very troubling times. But when you sat down and looked at the end result, we knew it was good for the community, because we were putting more highly trained people on the streets, we were putting more trucks on the streets, we were adding more stations And we were spreading those people out to those stations, not only in the county, in the city, but in the county. So it was, all that trouble was worth it. And this wasn't like a week's worth of trouble. This was months, and it even ran into years. But you could always tell it's better for the city. The current proposal will create some of those same problems. Distrust, anger. We had people leave the department back when the merger happened. It could happen again. Whether it's through early retirements, whether it's just like, I'm going to leave, I'm going to go someplace else, I'm going to find another career. That's a real possibility. We need to remember that whenever we move forward, it has to be for a good reason. This is a bad reason. Try to explain reduction of service to someone who's just called 911 and needs emergent response. Thank you.
Good evening, City Commission. My name is Tobias Groney. I am a firefighter for Lawrence, Local 1596 member, and a lifelong resident here in Lawrence. I'm sure you received many emails regarding the change in staffing for LDCFM and the proposed 2025 city budget. I'm deeply concerned with the proposal made by the city management. Removing a firefighter from our fire apparatus puts our firefighters and citizens at risk. This decision also goes against the city's strategic plan outcomes, safe and secure. This proposal could not come at a worse time for our department. As we face a nationwide shortage of firefighters, we are competing against other local departments to attract what little workforce there is. We can see this struggle in maintaining the 5 additional personnel that were approved here last year. Removing firefighters from our staffing will put us further behind those departments and continue to hurt our recruiting efforts. We do not have the luxury of quick responses from nearby departments when called upon. Our system is quickly strained when multiple level 1 incidents occur at the same time. In my short career, I've had this happen multiple times. And one incident comes to mind when shortly after a structure fire was dispatched out, I was dispatched then to a water rescue here at the river. And if we did not have the personnel that we currently have, if we had reduced staffing of what's been proposed, we would not be able to respond in the manner adequate that's needed for that response. We had to physically pick the boats up to put them in the water that day. 3 people would not have been able to do it. Our department needs more than current level of staffing that is in place. It's been discussed here many times already. It is why the city approved more stations to be built. Now they are suggesting taking away firefighters that are needed on the streets in anticipation of possible relief in the future. This creates not only a greater strain on our responders, but also lowers the quality of service our responders can provide. I urge you to reconsider the proposed budget and tell city management to find the money they need elsewhere. Your first responders are asking, and it's up to you to help them now. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jacob Gardner, and I've served as a firefighter in this city for 3 years now. But prior to this, I served 8 years as an artillery officer in the Kansas National Guard. And I would like to summarize the 8 years of experience that I learned into one simple thing, is that no one gets left behind. That's a promise that we make to civilians, to each other, and to anyone that we come across, that no matter how bad things get, that we will always come back for you. The brothers and sisters that I have the pleasure of serving with make that promise every day. Every day we walk in and put our uniform on, we make that promise that we will never leave anyone behind. Reducing our staffing from 4 to 3 will make that promise more difficult for us to maintain. All I want is to be able to maintain that promise that we make to each other and to you every day. And I promise you right now that I will never leave any of you behind. All I ask is that you do the same for us. Don't leave us behind. Thank you.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I support what the firefighters have been saying. I just want to throw some ideas out there about some other things that have been brought up. When it comes to getting rid of plants in the traffic circles, I was just wondering, can we let citizens volunteer, like maybe a group? Like there's that speaker talking about growing hemp. Could someone plant hemp in one and it would raise awareness of like what the plant can do? I think there would be interest in apartment renters. They don't have access to a garden sometimes, so allowing them a circle, I mean, it doesn't have to be the whole circle, maybe it's just like a quarter of it. And it would allow us, I mean, if it is important, like the look of the city, it would allow citizens to volunteer and it would free up costs from the cities. And I was just wondering, are there other areas like that where we can quit spending money and have citizens take over on a volunteer way? And I just want you to brainstorm if that's a possibility and what are ways we could do that. Also, quit wasting money on unneeded traffic projects like what you did in the Owl neighborhood. You say every second counts, but then you put in these traffic barriers that's going to slow down some traffic or some emergency vehicles by a few seconds at least. And also, I mean, in that Owl one, that when you first did it, it came back that the majority of people said just quit, just go back to how it was. But then you kept spending money and doing different configurations of it. It's like, why do we spend money on stuff that's not that popular, and then we want to cut the firefighters, you know? And I definitely want us to fully staff the firefighters. I'd rather have a less station. I'd rather be unsafe than have the firefighters be unsafe doing their job. Also, when it comes to that sales tax for the homeless, we need to know what your plans are about enforcing the camping ban, because that's going to affect my decision on how I would vote. Advertising. Can we sell naming rights to buildings, streets, or structures? Some cities have advertised on their water towers. Is that a possibility? I mean, if we're going to be talking about all this money we need, how about we start talking about other ways we can raise it? And, why does the city need a golf course? I mean, isn't that something that can be run by a private business? I think there'd be better uses than a golf course and maybe less expensive. And just want to reiterate, keep the firefighters at 4 and don't reduce it to 3. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Sean Coffey, resident of the City of Lawrence and Douglas County since 1975, and a 36-year career member of the Lawrence Douglas County Fire and Medical Department with the City of Lawrence. And I want to start out by saying I agree and echo everything that's been told to you tonight. I am absolutely on the 4-person company. We need to remain that. That started in 1984 by James McSwain, and it's carried us through, and we should remain that way. But I'm going to take a little different approach instead of the doom and gloom. I want to talk a little bit about why are we here to this point where we had to reduce staffing to be able to pay for these stations. One of the things that we try to not do is operate under the catastrophic theory of reform. And I'll let you know that in July of 2019, May of 2021, May of 2022, and I believe May of this year, the Fire and Medical Department came before you and talked about the need for these stations. And my guess is Commissioner Devers' first term here, he probably heard at that point the need for more stations. And so it's important that we not operate this way. And we've got ourselves into this position where we're having to make drastic cuts to be able to pay for facilities. We completed a station optimization report that was presented to you on June 1st of 2021 that talked about the need in the Northwest, the South, and then the North Central area of our community not being underserved by our call volume. Just to let you know, in 2006, we ran 8,964. In 2022, they've doubled that almost to 15,579. And the response time has gone up 2 minutes longer. That's 2 minutes. Somebody's not breathing, somebody's trapped in a fire. At one point in the capital improvement plan that was passed by the City Commission on August 18, 2020, there's money for land for Station 6, also money for station design and the station to be built. Passed on September 7th, 2021 in the capital improvement plan, there was land again for Station 6 design, build, and purchase, as well as the relocation of Station 3. And obviously none of that was ever done. And then in the September 6, 22 capital improvement plan, it wasn't even there. I also want to remind everybody that in January of 2022, we came under the new EMS cooperative agreement with the county that resulted in an additional $2.1 million projected to come to the city related to that agreement. And that money didn't go to the fire medical department. It went back into the general fund of the city to offset the costs. So there's been money out there.
Time.
I would just like to encourage you all to rethink this. We do not want less than 4 people on our fire trucks. I think if Chief Llewellyn, the command staff, and the union got together, I think they could come up with other ideas. And I also believe that this should not be placed on the back of the fire department or a little bit on the Parks and Rec. If we're in that dire need within our community related to that, we should all pay for it, all departments.
Chief? You both warned?
Oh, now we get a warning?
Yes.
After all this, you're going to warn us?
Yes.
Here, I'll go next. That way you can throw me out right away. Hey, Bart. So you've been letting people go over 3 minutes. You've been letting them clap, do all this shit. You throw people out of this regularly. So you just shut the fuck up. So you got Misty over here, comes up here and talks to you about wraparound services that doesn't exist. It does not exist. I've sent you guys emails over and over and over saying that shit does not exist, and she comes up here and puts it on a slide. Your guy over there can't get his mic right either. You got firefighters out here that save our freaking lives, and you're going to axe their budget to give it to her so that she can come in here and lie to you and waste money. There are no wraparound services. The money that you're giving to Bert Nash is being wasted. The money that you're giving to the TRC is being wasted. And it's being spent to have people thrown out, treated like shit, and then cast aside if they don't fit the mold. Now, I'm going to tell you something that I talked to these fire department officials back here this evening. I talked to several of them. I've lived here long enough to remember when Lawrence Douglas County Fire Department had feeder departments across this county. They had people that knew they had to go do 10, 7, 8, 9 years as a volunteer firefighter, getting paid nothing, just for the chance of maybe making that cut to get on LDCFM. That does not happen anymore. They're talking to you about recruiting issues. What happened? Guys, we had the state premier fire department that everybody wanted to be on, and now they can't find help? Your fault, because of him. Any more questions about that? So your new guy here, he probably makes about half of that $30,000, right? That the drone show just took from us? You motherfuckers, let them take that 30 grand. Fire department's hurting for money. Fire department signs an agreement where they add $2.5 million to the bottom line of the county or of theirs, and it just goes into general fund, and now you're going to strap them and cut their money more? I come in here raising a lot of hell about a lot of departments across this city. I've had one problem in my lifetime with the fire department, and it was with one individual, not the department. It was one individual. I have problems across this city with departments as a whole, and your bias up there shows why. People get treated differently in this town, and if it's what they said is true about your cutting services to the lower income areas of town, makes sense, right? Because they're not a priority, right? They're not a priority for you, Bart, or you, Craig. They're not a priority, right? Take your warning and shove it up your ass. And I'm not leaving either.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Jack Dolan. I know you've seen my face up here before because we've had a lot of conversations about 6 and 7 over the last 4 to 5 years, right? I was super excited last year when we got our 5 people. I know that was a fight, but it was some relief, or so we thought. Lisa Larson had a question earlier about, well, we gave you 5 last year. What happened? They cut our overtime before those 5 even got out of the academy class. How can 5 relief positions do any work when they're in academy? Whether it's poor planning or what it was, we didn't even get to see that relief. Now you want to take 9. Give us 5 last year, take 9 this year. It makes no sense. Build fire stations, put a truck in service any way you want to spend it. It doesn't make sense to have less firefighters on the street. How are we increasing services with less people? And you guys know we're tired. We asked for 6 and 7 to get more people, not because we wanted to look at a fancy building, right? We need more people on the street. Now, we have people here from the community. We have first-year firefighters out here. We have a retired fire chief. We have letters from the operations chief. We have letters from the captains. We have letters from other retired chiefs that did 35 years in this department, and every single person has said this is a terrible idea. Whether we're talking 4 to 3 and how much faster it is and doing this task and this, that doesn't even matter. We're cutting people overall, and every single person that's involved in this, the community that we're supposed to listen to, you guys are supposed to listen to. The professionals, us. I even heard the fire chief say at one point, I do not support this. Every single person has said no. It shouldn't be a tough decision. But we got to do something different than what's proposed right now. This ain't it. So thank you for your time. I know it hasn't been easy, and I know you get a whole lot of viewpoints, but when was the last time it was overwhelmingly no from everybody? Thank you.
You can lower that if you want.
You can lower the podium if you'd like. There's a button right there. That's short people. You kind of have to really push it in and hold it. There you go.
Commissioners, thank you for your time this evening. I would like to say, as a first responder that used to work in this community for several years, still a current responder and a local agent at a local neighboring jurisdiction, truly understanding and looking at what each of those positions on those fire trucks do. You have an opportunity to do what they do. I know they provide you that opportunity to go fight a fire at the tower, put on all the gear and do all of that kind of stuff, but truly looking at what each position does, maybe in a ride-along scenario, for that full 24 hours when you're sleep deprived, getting a transfer at 2 a.m. from the hospital, responding to other emergency calls. It's not just about reducing one position. It is about a totality of the health and well-being of the employees of this city, let alone the citizens on top. If it was your family member or my kid who lives in this community, I want as many people there that can help care for them. It's important to understand that if I were still a first responder in this community and I were to get shot, this is who I want there. Let alone it's my spouse, but seeing them work every call to the best of their ability and still be loved by the community and still be paid, they shouldn't have to fight for that. They do one heck of a job to keep this community safe, and that is all you need. That should be all you need to know. In your strategic plan, that is what you want. You ask it for all of us to put our life on the line, and they can't do that appropriately with 3-man trucks. More stations, more fire trucks. Like Jack just said, it's no good if you can't even recruit to staff appropriately at this day. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Jen Persons. I'm a lieutenant in operations with Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical and Local 1596. Today I speak to you not only as a firefighter committed to the safety of our community, but also as a mom who understands firsthand the challenges of sacrificing and balancing these roles together. As we confront the possibility of reduced firefighter staffing, I urge you to consider the profound dangers this poses for those of us who protect and serve this community. As a parent, I know the weight and responsibility that comes with this position. We leave our homes knowing that we are at risk, but we do so with the reassurance that our team, this team right here, stands behind us and that the training we do every day will see us through. Reducing staffing levels means fewer hands to share the load, fewer minds to strategize solutions, and ultimately a greater burden on each firefighter's shoulders. The dangers extend beyond the immediate risk of firefighting. Longer response times due to understaffing means increased exposures to hazards, both for us and the public. It means precious minutes lost in medical emergencies where every second counts, and it means heightened risks of fatigue and burnout among our ranks as we strive to compensate for reduced manpower. Our dedication to this community is unwavering, but our ability to serve effectively hinges on your decisions today. We cannot protect our city's residents, including our own families, without adequate staffing and resources. The safety of our firefighters and citizens depends on your commitment to prioritize our fire department needs. Therefore, I urge you, members of the City Commission, to reconsider any plans that would diminish firefighter staffing. Invest in our safety, our firefighter safety, the safety of this community, and the safety of all your families. Thank you for your attention and your time.
Evening, Commissioners. My name's Jake. I'm an engineer with LDCFM, Station 1Y. These people are really good at their jobs. All of them. I think you've heard from everybody that this is a terrible idea. I'm not going to go down that road. You guys have heard it 100 times already. But you know, we come to work because we love people, we love taking care of them. Sounds like the citizens see that. I know that's how I feel. You guys matter, all these people matter, that's what we do it for. So, not really asking for the world, we just want to be able to do it, you know, the most efficient way. That's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Hi, Chad Insider, Lawrence Fire. Just a couple quick pointers. I agree with everybody else has said and talked about a lot of the same things here tonight. I agree with Chief Llewellyn. We do need Station 6 and 7. Retired Chief Coffey said we needed 6 and 7 years ago. We are playing catch up, guys. Catch up. And we can't catch up if we're going the other way. Level 1 was mentioned, and I don't know if you guys know the term. Level 1 structure fire. Fire showing, people trapped, everybody's going. Level 1 car wreck. Multiple vehicles, multiple patients. Could be entrapment, could be injections. We're dropping helicopters. Multiple units, okay? When we get that level 1 call once, twice, within minutes, your city is done. There are no more people. We can't get people called back for emergency call back. 45 minutes is where it's at. What if they're on a level 1? What if Kansas City? What if all those guys back there? What if they're working a big fire? They had a big fire years ago. Remember the apartment complex that was burning? We assisted at that time. What happens when they can't assist us? We have nobody. And I would hate for anybody's family to have to suffer because we have nobody to send. And on a daily basis, our level 1, it happens. And our ambulances are so busy during the day, we have 0 ambulances available multiple times during the day. We are living on a small string before the next major incident. We have 2 ambulances in the county, 5 in the city. The ones in the city get busy, we pull in the ones from the county. Sometimes the ones in the county can't come in fast enough as the calls continue to stack. I don't know what the solution is. Do we prioritize that, I'm sorry, we can't make the cardiac arrest because we're clear across town and we have no units? I'm sorry that you have a stubbed toe, but we have to wait to have an ambulance come to help you because we have none. We are prioritizing calls, which is big city stuff. And Lawrence is creeping to big city. We have to look at this. Yes, we are on an island for that certain area of us where we don't have the outside help. This is it. Guys are busting their butts. Guys are tired. Thank you for the 5 last year to help with some of that overtime. That's helped, but we are still doing everything we can for the citizens of this community, and we are still behind. So please do not cut our staffing. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, got the right button? Okay. Okay, automatic, cool. All right, Mary Elder, long time, I grew up here, worked as a medic in Kansas City and rural areas in Missouri, also done some volunteer firefighting. I thank you for listening to people, and obviously I'm speaking about the proposed cuts in EMS. I ask you, how many of you have actually worked a cardiac arrest? Could tell me how many people it takes? Because you're talking CPR, respirations, and then the primary medic who's doing the EKG, making patient care decisions, and then whoever's partner might be an EMT or another medic who is prepping stuff like getting an IV, maybe setting up meds. Then you've got firefighter who's going to go get the cot. You've got people getting patient information, maybe somebody contacting the hospital. Pretty quick, you're up to 7 people easily. And then, of course, you got to carry the patient downstairs, which could take 4 people on the cot or maybe 2, depending upon stairs or how heavy the patient is. And obviously, you have to maintain good CPR and respirations on the way. American Heart Association, several years ago, decided for citizen CPR to change the protocols from doing CPR and then respirations and then CPR again. They changed it to only CPR. The reason being is their studies showed that as soon as you quit CPR to go to the respirations, you immediately lose the oxygenation and all the perfusion that you're building up, and you're starting over from square one. That can make a difference between a survival or somebody being a vegetable or a recovery. What if it's your family member? And so in order to do a cardiac arrest efficiently and to maintain that per American Heart Association protocols, you have to have plenty of personnel to do it. Not to mention a motor vehicle accident with multiple patients. We have games here. Lots of people show up. What if there's an incident? We have 150 patients, like the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Kansas City decades ago. Incident command, you need the primary incident command, you need treatment, transport, who's going to need help, documentation. You end up needing a whole bunch of people. And 4 people versus 3 people is going to make a huge difference. It's going to make a difference in survival rates. And it could make a difference in family members. What if it was one of yours? And trust me, you will look back and you will remember this. And it will haunt you. And you don't want that. I speak that out of love. Please do not make the cuts. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Wilson. I will let you know I have a head trimmer, so sometimes I will kind of touch my face to try to keep my face from kind of moving around. My dad was a firefighter for 33 years with Johnson County Fire District Number 2. He has lived in Lawrence since 2003. He retired in 2000. When I told him about these possible cuts, the first thing he said to me, which he's in a nursing home now, was Lawrence has always been the #1 fire department in the state. That means a lot. Like, people should be proud of that. And there was an incident one time, and this is how my dad has ended up in the nursing home. He falls a lot now. My dad is about 6'6", about 260 pounds, 280. We were in another state, and he fell, and we were in a split-level home. And the whole time they were bringing him down in the ambulance, or in the stretcher, our whole family was around because it was only 3 men. And we kept saying, "You're gonna drop him, you're gonna drop him." We just prepared for it. They dropped him down the steps. He has had several other falls in the city, many, many times this year alone. And the firefighters have come for a lift assist, and they have been excellent. I can't imagine if there would be 3 men there. I can't. My dad's too big. So I just kind of want to say, I really hope that you can man them with 4 people. I can't imagine just 3 being there. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Hi, David Baston. I totally agree with not cutting anything with the fire department. And then I mean, Mike Deaver asked, you know, what would, sorry, I lost my notes. You know, what would be a consequence of cutting costs, and what it boils down to is what it's going to cost is lives. If you can put a dollar amount on that, then, and I know that for a fact because earlier this year, on February 28th, I had a cardiac arrest. Excuse me. And they saved my life. So, yeah, if you can, I mean, and look at me, I'm pretty healthy. It could happen to anybody at any time. And I mean, after 2 minutes of you being in cardiac arrest, brain damage could start. And then basically after 10 minutes, which some of these calls take, you just aren't, I mean, they're not going to be able to bring you back. So any thing that takes away from that, it's life means a lot. So I don't know how it came about, us cutting the firefighters fund. If it had something to do with the balancing act, even looking at that, that was the biggest thing you could take something away from. I think it was $3.5 million if you took it all away. So obviously, if somebody was wanting to save money or put money in an area that they would like, that was the best place to take it from. So I don't know if that's where that came from, but they were kind of set up to fail in that program. And I don't know if you're going to open that back up for the next 2 weeks or something, if you could do that and see after the community hears all this, who logs on there and saves the fire department and moves them up to the extra $3.5 million that is in that. So I recommend that you do that if possible. Thank you.
He'd be dead. He'd be dead.
Good evening. My name's Ron Gacious. I recommend against approving a 3.5 mil property tax increase for the following reasons. First, Lawrence homeowners and renters have just endured 3 years of significant property tax increases due to the increased valuation of their homes and apartments. The city is already receiving an increase in property tax revenues that is significantly greater than current inflation levels. Adding 3.5 mils to our current mill levy makes our city look like it has no fiscal discipline at all. Second, you should never use one-time money to launch or maintain ongoing programs. We made good use of many federal pandemic dollars, but we also plugged a lot of budget holes with one-time money. Now, to maintain those programs, you need a sizable mill levy increase and a new earmarked sales tax fund. I believe you will lose support for an earmarked sales tax fund for homelessness programs if you approve a significant mill levy increase. Third, the city has a lot of new things we want to spend money on. New programs for the homeless and the at-risk, new electric vehicles and chargers, a new public works facility, new sustainability initiatives, new housing initiatives, and new ADA initiatives, new sidewalk initiatives, new bike path initiatives, new brick road initiatives. Well, you get the idea. Within the city staff and within the city's many advisory boards, there are advocates for each of these initiatives and many more. Many of us are starting to believe that our city's aspirations exceed our grasp. As to the proposed budget cuts the manager has recommended, I've watched local and state budgets get made for 45 years. This looks to me like an intentional effort to trigger strong public opposition to highly visible cuts so as to ultimately force approval of a mill levy increase. Instead of presenting you with reductions in substantive programs that result in sustainable savings, the manager is recommending cuts that impact the lives of active Lawrencians who are out enjoying the very public resources that make it worth paying more to live in Lawrence. You're going to hear from them. I'm one of them. I think that's intentional. You have a choice. Do you step up and reset our priorities when we launch new initiatives? Or do you continue asking for more taxpayer money to meet every special interest group's aspirational goals? Finally, as to rebuilding the balance of the city's savings account, this is a ridiculous priority at this point. You don't rebuild your savings account during the lean years. You do it during the flush years. The saving account is there to cushion the impact of not reaching your revenue projections. Rebuild the fund when you exceed revenue projections. Thank you for your time.
All right, Sherry, any comment on Zoom?
Stephen Watts.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a pretty heady discussion. It's never any fun when you're talking about money. So, you know, finding areas, that seems to be what's going on. Let's talk about what other towns do and spend their money on. Do other towns spend over $500,000 per year to keep the police in the schools? And do other towns propose to spend $275,000 for a 2025 expansion of a police parking lot over there at Police Plaza or whatever it is? Do these other towns give the head administrator in the town police department $2,595,000 to spend on as one guy wants to do? Seems like a lot of money. Do other towns allocate the town police department $218,000 for equity outreach, which basically just pays a couple of guys' salary? Or $1,200,000 for undisclosed police trainings? $323,000 for, quote, professional standards unit inside a dinky police department inside a dinky town, Lawrence, Kansas, which is a good thing. Dinky town, we like it like that, or I do anyway. And do other towns have a fire department with a headquarters that has a copper display piece and state-of-the-art battery-operated fire trucks which cannot be charged because nobody thought about it. There's money available. And kind of what the other guy was just saying, Mr. Gacius was saying, maybe it was set up like that. But as I'm thinking about it now, to get back to the other cuts, the town doesn't need to give money to the Chamber of Commerce for economic development. The Chamber of Commerce needs to give money to the town. That's the way it's supposed to work. I know it's very different than the way it's been, but yeah, it's the way it is. So, you know, we're going to have some other discussions as time goes on, but there are places where the money can be found, so to speak, found. And we don't want to cut the parks. Oh no, don't want to do that. So there's a lot of money I just talked about in our town police department. Does it really need to be that way? And by the way, I do notice that the police department budget went up almost $2 million from last year to the next year. Well, you know, $1.5 million, something like that. So it's kind of hidden. Their budget increases. Anyway, it's kind of a nightmare. Appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Crosby Schmidt.
Hi, my name is Crosby Schmidt. I am an engineer paramedic with the department and also a trustee of Local 1596. Tonight, I wanted to talk to you guys about a lot of things, but my brothers and sisters have touched on almost all of the subjects. I just want to state that while cutting staffing may appear to save money in the short term, the long-term costs associated with increased injuries, higher turnover, and greater property damage from less effective firefighter operations will outweigh these savings. Investing in proper staffing levels is a proactive approach that can save money by preventing large-scale disasters and minimizing injury-related costs. The community expects and deserves a high level of service and protection. Reducing staffing levels will erode public trust in the fire department's ability to effectively respond to emergencies. Maintaining adequate staffing levels demonstrates a commitment to public safety and the well-being of firefighters, fostering greater community support and engagement. At the end of the day, we're all here to save lives and protect property. Please do not prevent us from doing that.
Chris Tilden.
Good evening, commissioners. I hope you can hear me okay. I'm having issues with my camera, but as long as you can hear me, I'll go ahead and proceed.
Yes.
Chris?
He's lost him.
Hey, can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to comment on the decreased level of funding for the downtown section of the Lawrence Loop and the exclusion of the Castle Drive to Queens Road section of the Lawrence Loop that were included in last year's capital improvement plan. We all know that there are substantial benefits, health benefits, economic development benefits associated with trail development. We have also in Lawrence been really good about leveraging the use of local dollars with grant funding from private sources, from the state, from the federal government in order to fund our trails. I'm guessing that we've spent less than 20 cents on the dollar of local dollars in terms of development of the Lawrence Loop and other trails in the community. I think exclusion of these projects in the capital improvement plan probably minimizes our opportunity to apply for funds that may be available to actually help fund substantial parts of these projects in the coming years. I think we really need to make a commitment to try to finish the Lawrence Loop in the next 5 years, which is really the gem of our trail system. And think including that in the capital improvement plan is an important step. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
That's all the public comment, Mayor.
Okay. All right, I'll bring it back to us for discussion.
So I just, Craig, could we get that balancing act backed up for the next few weeks? So folks, now that we have a budget, your proposed budget, that the public can go back to that and take a look to see what they can.
Yes, we anticipated that, and we'd be happy to, we're ready to do it pretty quickly.
Thank you.
And Allie?
Audio.
Sherry, can you go ahead and mute him? Thank you. Allie, is there anything, I'm looking at the presentation, is there anything specifically you need from us?
Yes, again, next week, the deadline is July 20th for us to inform the county of our intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate. And so we will share a proposed rate at that time, which we can come down from, but we cannot increase to that amount. So we'll have that on the agenda for the 16th.
Okay.
So we need some guidance on what that proposed rate should be.
Well, did you, Commissioner Sellers? Okay. I was curious about the option with the 4-man crew on it. More information, not only about that, but just more. I mean, it was up there, but more detail about it before we go ahead and make a decision on that as well.
Did you want me to put the options back up on the screen? Or?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Maybe if I can.
But I mean, it just gives a brief description of it, like what it would entail, those four groupings there. But I would, I mean, I know you can't do it now, but I'd like to see what kind of additional benefits we would get with along with that 4-person staffing for the 2 expansion stations. Because this budget is based on the 3.5, am I correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So, and it doesn't have to be expansive, but it's just something I'd like to see before next, or not before next week, but next week when we have to make our decision.
So, Mayor, just to clarify, so you'd like to see what the mill levy increase would be to restore to 4?
Yeah.
And do the 2 expansion stations?
Yeah.
Okay. So roughly it's 5.7 mils?
Right. But that's a part of it. But in the second grouping, that's, still reductions in other areas and but some restoration for police. So that's a little bit ambiguous. So. Right.
So what would it take just to do the restoration of the 4-person staffing, but retain the other reduction recommendations in the one that I proposed?
Right.
Okay. I understand that.
I would definitely like to see that.
Okay. I think it's 2.2, but we will do some study and bring that back forward.
Okay. That was the only thing I was really curious about, given all the public comment we had about it. So.
Okay, a couple of questions. For next week, and this kind of goes with the slide that Misty presented on for for the affordable housing sales tax increase. I noticed that we put on there for 2.5 with 1.5 going to affordable housing, the other 1.5 going to homeless solutions. One of the things that we continue to talk about, I know we've had, going back to, I can't remember what month it is, city manager support as it relates to our utility assistance program. I'd be curious to know, I know that it was in the AHAB report that Leah did, where it broke down how much AHAB funding went to utility assistance. I would like to know what money that has AHAB dispersed over the last 3 years for utility assistance, because you have it on here for 2026 forecast for utility assistance. So if we're going to talk about looking at increasing that affordable housing sales tax, and we're talking about addressing utility assistance, then we need to go back to the original discussion around the utility assistance program and whether or not there's something that we can combine with that. I would like to see what those numbers look like to see if it's something that fits within that 1.25. So I would like to just be reminded of what that number was. I remember we talked about using ARPA dollars. I thought it was somewhere between maybe $600,000 to $900,000. But if we could have that for next week, that would be wonderful. We lost our police rep. I did have a question in regards to the reduction in staff, one specifically being the SVU. And I was just curious to know, since I know that we had some elevation from staff in those positions going into the academy, I was just curious to know, by not utilizing that SVU FTE, was it because it wasn't being utilized? I know we went from that being a grant-funded program, a grant-funded position, to wanting to actually pay for that FTE. If we're not utilizing it, I can understand us not reducing that. But if that SVU position has been a value add to the department, I have some concerns about vacating it. So I'd like to know, is that a matter of that person's elevated? Has that person been there for a while? Are we trying to absorb that into somewhere else? I'm always worried about positions that have a human social service aspect to it, such as this, us getting rid of it. Are we reverting back to some bad policy practices? So just wanted to make sure we looked into that. We talked about revenue neutral. We'll talk about that next week. We talked about the sunset on the sales tax. As far as the CIP, we kind of talked about it. We heard from community and we heard from commissioners just some of the imbalances in some of the loop projects. So I'll still need to look at that and get some questions back to staff on that. One in particular that I did have that I wanted to pose to the commission is that we still have PR1-00026, which is the South Park wading pool renovation to Spray Park. We talked about that with the initial draft of the CIP. I suggested transferring those dollars over to PR1-00023, which is the water spray park in West Lawrence, to create equitability, and pushing back renovations to the South Park wading pool further time. If you look at a 2-mile radius of where the South Park wading pool is, you have Lions Park as well as the Brook Creek spray pads within that 2-mile vicinity. There is nothing on the west side. Surprise, surprise, there are low-income people that live on the west side of town. So create some type of equity in that piece. I thought that was something that was low-hanging fruit, that if we're going to maintain it on the CIP, then I would like to see us build something and move that work over to the west side, whether it's Dad Perry Park, Holcomb, something to that effect. So that was the only other thing on the CIP as far as projects that I picked up on my eye. Yeah, and I'll just have to wait next week to hear your revenue neutral, because I know you gave 30.7. I know the slide said 33. I'll be interested to hear what our fellow commissioners have to say on that. I think every other question I have, I think we answered through some of the other presentations. So if anything pops up, I'll reiterate, but those were my high-level pieces as far as concerns I had with today's presentation, or at least suggestions I have for today's presentation.
Just a couple things. Obviously, doing the study session tonight, we have revenue neutral next on the 16th. That publishes the maximum, right? And then we'll have a hearing on August 20th, and then we'll have a final adoption in September, correct? Okay. I think, obviously, as we listen and get more feedback, I think we'll have changes we want to make, so I'm still contemplating those. I did have kind of big level question on, I know there's been some discussion, I watched the county's hearing on changing the way we transport, changing we talked about last week, I'm drawing a blank on the.
Non-emergency transport.
Thank you, non-emergency transport. Is that going forward for sure,
It's something we're definitely exploring very seriously. We need to have some critical conversations, and obviously there's a lot of planning to make that happen. There are also 2 ordinance changes that need to occur, both with the county and with the city, to make that happen, but it's something we've definitely been studying.
Okay. One of the questions I think Commissioner Reed had at the county commission meeting is, with the agreement, the county-city, our funding agreement with the county expires at the end of this year, and we're going to renegotiate that next year. Is that correct?
Yes, we pushed it off a year.
And I guess her question was, if we're talking about making significant changes, either by expanding fire stations and/or changing the staffing model, why isn't that part of a bigger discussion with the county? Are we putting the cart before the horse sort of thing, and should we be pushing that decision off or at least having the county in that discussion? What have you and Sarah talked about that process?
Yeah, it was a very big deal, and we had, in fact, a consultant hired in, I think, to help us with it when we did it last time. I don't anticipate it's going to need that kind of attention, but it's absolutely going to be a serious conversation that we're going to have. We have 3 years of lived experience with it, and I think that's going to help us, inform us. But trying to cram it all in by the deadline was something that both of us were probably realistically not able to do. But yeah, it'll be a good discussion between the two of us. We've learned a lot, and you're right that there's some big things that are coming out of these discussions in the future.
And so I guess, obviously those 2025 budget, conceptually, I guess, I think the idea of, keeping some sort of status quo until we could have a full discussion of that, along with our county partners, would make some sense. Now, we have to get from here to there by funding, but, conceptually, I guess, it does seem like with them paying a significant portion of whatever we decide, that they should be part of that discussion in a bigger manner, and I guess I'm just not sure how to accomplish that. You don't have to answer that, Greg.
Okay.
But it's something I'm thinking about. And I guess if we are going to make a change on transport, non-emergency transport, and depending on what we do, if we increase, medical, an additional ambulance unit, how all those things build on themselves to make the best decisions on. There's just a lot of moving parts on that.
Indeed. And there's revenue implications as well, because they do collect, the county collects that for the medical billing.
Okay.
Just real quick, I guess on the South Park pool, something I definitely want to talk about, I'm interested in, but I think we were going to get more, we put that in part of the survey. Did we get that in the survey? Have we got any results from that? Or is that still coming?
The survey closes tomorrow. We did get some numbers back. We did survey if we were to add another pool, considering another splash pad, considering that we're planning on one in the outdoor aquatic center. Would they prefer it in South Park or in West Lawrence? And I believe it's about 65% West Lawrence and a number in the 30s for South Park. So we intentionally did that to be able to get some community input on that. So that's the way it's leaning right now. And again, the survey closes tomorrow, so I think we're pretty close to the final number.
All right.
So we might have some of that information next week for sure once it's closed.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Louis.
And I guess we talked a little bit about the CIP. We haven't spent much time on it tonight, nor do I think we should. But I think I'm still interested in thinking about the loop funding as well as the affordable housing funding, trying to, with affordable housing, we have a lot of projects in the pipeline that we need to get built.
Yeah.
We've got them land, we've got them, but we need to execute. And I guess I want to make sure we have the funds to execute. But it's a tight budget. I don't have any specific suggestions, but I guess would next week be a time to talk about the CIP as well, or is that not really until the 20th, August 20th?
We're at your disposal.
What we have to do next week is the revenue neutral.
Yeah. We've been working on very little else in the last weeks leading up to this, and this is important, obviously. So any additional information you'd want or additional discussion, we can schedule.
Okay. And I did have some pretty specific questions about some of the funds and the fund balances and some of the, specific fund issues. So I want to look at some of those going into next week. I know you're going to work on getting some answers for that. So appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I think, we need to have a lot to digest and decide for next week.
Just want to touch on a couple. One, to follow up on what you were suggesting, you're asking for an option which would include funding 4-person crews for quints and engines, and then everything else pretty much the same in Category 1? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, and I know that on the 5.7, it did say some restoration for police, the same thing as LKPD, but I just wanted more detail on that, just to see if it was just the 2.2 that over the top that would just be going to fire and medical, or was it distributed in other places as well? So,
we didn't talk too much about the 4 options. This is the first time I've ever recommended 4 options. I'm recommending one of the 4, but I was trying to give a scale for the impact of these others. We didn't develop full budgets on those other 3 scenarios. So we can definitely drill in deeper on that, and that's what we intend to do. Give you some better clarity on what are you getting for that, and does it need to be 5.7?
Yes, thank you. That's kind of what I was wanting. I was a little bit muddled in saying it, but thank you for clarifying.
Right, and so that would get me to where if what I'm hearing you is you're looking for 4-person staffing, that's all way between 3 and 5.7 mils and 4.8. That's not happening. Hopefully we are not asking the citizens to pay that much. So what I'm looking for is to understand what a base or flat mill levy would be like, how we could afford that with the 4-person crew, by either cutting or reducing the fire and medical budget, either by some of the new administrative positions or by equipment purchases or by some other means possible. But I don't see anywhere where there's a number directly associated with that 4-person staffing that would be plugging in if we said we have to have 4 people and we don't raise any more taxes, this is how much money it's going to cost. Exactly, or more or less within 10% of what that 4-person staffing is going to be. It would deficit.
If I understand you, it would be the option to the left.
Correct.
Of the first option we're showing you. So it would be more cuts everywhere else. and keep the staffing level
At 4.
At 4.
Because it sounds like that's.
And increase stations or build the stations or not?
No, and
not build the station.
Those are the means that
Okay.
I'm going to offer you.
I understand
use
those
that.
parameters.
The equipment, facilities, or, whatever else that is going to not lead to a mill levy increase.
So Ally, as a sneak peek for next week, the 33.207 is our current mill rate, correct?
Correct.
And you're saying that our revenue neutral rate is potentially 30.766?
Yes.
Thank you.
But Commissioner, to get to your question, LDCFM and I did some quick math, and so we're estimating those 4-person staffing with no expansion would be $2.1 million.
And what's the impact of those administrative positions that were put in there, the 4, more or less, that I'm looking at from I couldn't tell if it was additional. Again, I'm new to this, so I didn't know exactly what the level was last year, but it seems like there's more administrative staff, or at least an increase in the rates or the position and the pay of those administrative people, as maybe assistant chiefs or some form of administrative help.
So an HR analyst of $93,000 salary and benefits and one-time outfitting costs. A budget analyst at the same amount, $93,000. And then 2 deputy chiefs at $557,491.
What was the number?
557,491.
Yes. 374 is salary and benefits, and then 183 would be one-time outfitting costs.
Okay, and then, so yeah, that would be, I think we talked about a little bit earlier, Craig. I just wanted to make sure we got that in the line of discussion.
We can, I think, give you those chunks so that you can see what the impact would be and slide them in and out of those different scenarios, I think.
Do we have any more?
Well, thanks for all your work on this. I do appreciate having the numbers now. I can kind of match it up with what our CIP is telling us and get an idea of some areas that I'm interested in. I am interested in the loop situation. I'm hearing more about the 4-person, but then as I'm looking at our expenses on this detailed list you gave us, I see some pretty big jumps in a couple areas that I'll ask about and try to get more information on. To kind of see if any of that could be addressed possibly.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for putting together this budget, putting together the numbers and giving us something to look at and providing options. That's really good, so that we can kind of dial down in between them and see exactly where we'll end up. But I appreciate all the hard work that went into it. I know it was a pretty arduous session to go ahead and come up with this, so I really appreciate you all. All right. Ally, did we give you kind of stuff you were looking for?
Well, and I apologize, but so there is the revenue neutral rate that was provided by the county, 30.766. Our flat mill levy would be 33.207. The city manager's recommended budget is 36.707. So next week, what you will see, again, that rate that we're going to propose, we cannot go up from that.
Right.
And so if we're comfortable with the 36.707, then that's what we will create, or if it needs to be different than that. Again, we can go down, can't go up.
Well, it's I was thinking, kind of what I said, something different from that.
Okay.
Just with the four-person crew added, what would that particular pricing be? As it might be different than 5.7, might be lower, or somewhere in between, 3.5 and 5.7. But I just want to see it.
So I would vote, for the sake of the conversation for next week, that we come in with the 5.7 mil increase,
Okay.
because we can go down.
Yes.
But we need to start with the more aggressive number to take the sticker shock off of everyone. Then once we see the different nuggets of pieces, after we plug and play with everything, then we can decide if we need to go down and keep it at the 33, or do we need to do something else?
Okay, thank you.
I would be comfortable with that as well.
Make a noise.
All right. All right. We were just to receive it. So that is that work session item. That will move us on to item G, City Manager's Report.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's hold off on that. Let's let everybody exit if you don't want to sit through the City Manager's Report. Good call, Commissioner Finkelstein.
Still here.
All right.
Ready? The only item is a future agenda report.
Any comments on it or questions? All right. It's a public comment item, so any public comment on it?
On Commissioner's, City Manager's report?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to recommend that we don't accept another city manager report from him. I'd like to recommend that he be terminated. His salary could pay for a couple firefighters. We really don't need him. I mean, it's obvious a lot of the things that we do here, it's staff, it's assistant city managers. Hell, tonight we saw the city attorney go out and do law enforcement. I mean, no shit. The cops couldn't, you guys, yeah, we don't need him. We don't need him. And so there's no need for him to report anymore to you. We don't need him. I got about 2.5 more minutes to say we don't need him, don't I, Bart? I'll reserve my time.
All right. Sherry, any on Zoom?
Stephen Watts.
Hi. I had requested and matter be included in the city manager report, and I did not hear it. I don't think it wasn't done. But a cursory review of the town website provided that meeting transcripts reveal there are no transcripts of what was said during public comment beginning on July 11 and moving forward. The public was promised there are supposed to be transcripts of these meetings because they are not part of the meeting minutes. While the YouTube video may not have the comments for the software to capture or transcription, the Zoom meeting, the Zoom meeting video that's kept by the city certainly does have the audio and the video, but not broadcasting, and that's kind of a silly word, performative. Wow, there's a lot of performative stuff that goes on, period. But, not broadcasting public comments is one thing, but refusing and failing to keep a transcript of what was said is another, and it's not acceptable. I provided links in an email that I sent documenting this proof, and, we went through the nonsense, the very poor way that minutes are kept, and it's not included in the city manager report with respect to what was said in what meetings, this, that, and the other. At any rate, Let's see about getting a transcription, please. That's in the, the unofficial transcript that's kept in the netherworlds inside the bowels of the town website. But it is there, and at least it's there. And talking with Commissioner Finkeldye earlier, a year ago or more, it centered around, it's not searchable. What was talked about in the meetings is not searchable via the minutes. It is searchable via these artificial intelligence generated transcripts. So could you please include Greg in the city manager report when you're going to get that corrected? Thank you.
That's all the public comment there.
Okay. All right. Item H, commission items.
I had one, and Sherry had sent out, I think maybe kind of late today, so I'm not sure if everyone saw it. I had asked about maybe updating how exactly we're going to do appointments. In particular, we have, all of these to do at once, all those boards. And I think Sherry had sent out an updated appointment process. And so I guess I still have to look at it and think more about it, but I guess I think we need to find the time fairly soon to make sure we understand how we're going to fill all these positions. I think September 1, are they supposed to be, when's the new date?
That's the hope, but obviously the boards will meet when they have, anytime after September 1 when they have a quorum.
Yeah.
Proceeded, so.
But we only have one meeting left in July, so if we're going to get a bunch of people appointed by September 1, we have to make sure we know what process we're going to use.
Right.
So, again, I'm not going to decide tonight, but I think everyone take a look at that and let's figure out maybe either the next meeting or the first meeting in August, agree upon a procedure. So take a look at that.
I like the idea of the first meeting in August. I know, Sherry, when you sent out the email, it had on there for us to get feedback to you so that it would be on the agenda for July 16th. I had started looking at board applications. I wasn't quite ready to, I would be ready with some, but I wouldn't be ready with a whole lot. But if the governing body's not ready, then I would stand and wait till we can at least maybe push the deadline back to the first that weekend, so we can get something to you maybe by this week or next week, so that you can have it ready for that agenda for the first. Is that reasonable?
Well, I guess my thing is, I think we want to talk about if that's how we want to do it.
How we want,
Or do we want to?
On the first? Or the?
I guess my concern about the original proposal was we would get these kind of piecemeal.
Right.
2 people would suggest that, and 3 people that, and some of us would be ready and some wouldn't. And then, when we have all these boards, should we be picking one meeting in August where we have?
That we do all of them.
We do all of them? Well, how exactly do we do that? So I'm not sure how we do it, but then I think I didn't think and I'm not saying Sherry was suggesting this, but the kind of piecemeal approach of everyone throwing out names on a weekly basis until we filled everything didn't seem like, again, not that that's what Sherry's suggesting. I think we need to think about the process we want to use. So I think we have something new from Sherry to look at. I don't have an answer or proposal, but let's all think about that and maybe talk about it next week, and then come up with a plan for getting these appointments in place in August.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I just think I had a process already in my head, and I just didn't share with everybody. So I'm really happy to share my process with you all.
Is that, I just want to interject, is that workable? Because I know we got like 4 items for next week, don't we?
So we have the revenue neutral rate hearing. We have a strategic plan, update from the prosecuting economic security team. We have the ADA transition plan. And then a presentation about downtown, like a possible common consumption area downtown. But I do think it's important.
Okay.
Agree that you all we can start getting some of these filled if we want to stay on track for getting these boards, back in place.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to check to see if it's doable.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we put something on the agenda next week to have a discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any additional commission items?
Sir.
Okay. Not seeing any. Commission calendar.
Looks good to me.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. All right. Item J, the remaining items are not broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25, thus end the live broadcast. I will give it about 10 seconds